Cool. Okay. Is that live? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, looks good. Okay. Hey. So I did a bit of testing and a bit of fiddling around and stuff like that just to make sure that what I had in my mind made sense. So what I want to start with today is finally being able to self-host our stream, this stream right here. So as we know, or at least some people may be familiar, what we're doing right now is we're going from OBS to, let's do it like this. This is RTMP to FFmpeg locally. And then that is going RTMP to, where are we going? Twitch and YouTube. And then that is going HLS and MPEG dash, which we haven't looked at yet, but I'll get to that, to, players. What we can do is that we can actually, what I'm going to do is we're going to go like just raw TCP to a little server that I've placed somewhere. This server is going to be, let's just call it live.olo.co. Sorry, no, actually it's going to be our little server, HLS server. And then that is just going to go straight to HLS to players. Before we had a bunch of, we were just kind of fiddling around doing like mixing around with cache times and segment durations and yeah, different locations, latency, stuff like that. But I've kind of found a good middle ground, I think, something that kind of works and something that shouldn't cost any money other than $5 US per month, assuming that we don't get a lot of traffic. But the cool thing, of course, is that we're using, our own HLS sort of like, let's call our little playlist package to live stream its own development. That should be cool. Let's just thinking. Let's just open the let's open the command, and we'll just see exactly where. We'll just double check exactly what it's doing. So we've got a. There is one more thing I want to do. Yeah, but we'll get to that. So maybe at first, why don't I just run this thing just to show like exactly what it kind of does. And then there's a few things I actually want to develop for it. So we need to kind of improve the server a little bit so that it does, a few bits and pieces. So the first thing I want to do is, actually, no, sorry. Let's just run the thing right now and we'll get a feel for maybe what we would want on top of our very basic server right now. The features that we'll want to add and the kind of reliability stuff should become obvious if I can explain it right. If it's right in my head, let's see. Okay, so we're going to go into OBS here and get rid of that. And what we're going to do is I'm going to have this is our new VM, and this one's actually running in LA. I'll get to that in a minute, so let me just write that down. Actually, let me write that down in notes. So this is the VM. Cool. So let's run this thing. Let me just do a new build just because I wanted to get rid of some of the debug logging on it. So we're going to OpenBSD and it's on an AMD 64 CPU. Cool. Okay, let's run this thing. All right, so we're listening to connections, and now we're going to go TCP from OBS to HLS serve. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Oops, fine. So I'm using this recording function, so that tells us that. Now we are available at this URL, which I'm going to... see a few more people here. Hey Ring Omar and Mr. Yan. Good morning. Or, yeah, sort of good morning where I am. I'll just check this YouTube thing is running okay. Yeah, looks good. Okay. Okay, as I said, yeah, let's open this up. Just do it in here. Yep, so there's some errors. We know why those are there. Whoa. Okay. I'm going to cut the sound. I don't know if you can hear that or not, but check. No, you won't hear that. Actually, I can put it on. Hold on. There we go. Okay. Now, if we watch MPV, it's got about... There should be quite a bit of a delay here. This is going to be really weird, but... Oh, I see chat in there. Yeah, super handy. Yeah, cool. Okay, so that's... Now, what I want to do is, this will show us now which segments it's fetching. So just to be very clear what's going on, right now, these are 4-second chunks of media. So these are called segments. So our HLS serve, our little program, is receiving stuff from OBS here and writing out these segments. So let's watch the thing actually fetch each segment. Is receiving stuff from OBS here and there we go. So writing out these 39 now. So let's watch the thing actually fetch each segment. Is receiving stuff from OBS here. Sorry if there's a... I should turn that. And there we go. So writing out these 39 now. So let's watch the thing actually fetch each segment. Is receiving stuff from OBS here. Sorry if there's a... I should turn that. And there we go. So writing out these 39 now. So let's watch the thing actually fetch each segment. Is receiving stuff from OBS here. Sorry if there's a... I should turn that. And there we go. So writing out these 39 now. So let's watch the thing actually fetch each segment. Is receiving stuff from OBS here. Sorry if there's a... I should turn that. And there we go. So writing out these 39 now. So let's watch the thing actually fetch each segment. Is receiving stuff from OBS here. Sorry if there's a... I should turn that. And there we go. So writing out these 39 now. We just paused it. What we can actually do is, let's quit this thing. There's a special profile equals low latency, I think. Let's quit this thing. There's a special profile equals low late. What we want to do is actually, if we really want to test how the thing runs, we could do this. This can kind of freak it out though. Profile equals cache low late. What we want to do is actually, and then we'll see which segments it's fetching. Okay, there we go. So 71. This can kind of freak it out though. Profile equals cache low late. What we want to do is actually, the audio off. Yeah. Okay, now it's open 74, 75, 76 now. We've already written 77, so we're kind of got a latency pretty low. That's cool. That kind of works. I don't know if anybody else is getting this thing, but what I can do is I'll post this in here. There we go. Now anybody who's watching, try load that thing up. Do it in something like VLC. That can work too. So if I just open up VLC, I'll show you that running. You file, open network, and you just dump in the URL. There we go. Now anybody who's watching, cool. You can download it. Awesome. Awesome, cool. Okay. So, that should, I'm not sure where everybody is located, but what I've done that was different to before is, was it? There we go. I'm in Australia. So, oh, it's just this, okay. I'm here in Sydney. So before what I was doing was I was trying to go all the way to Amsterdam. So I was trying to go all the way to the Netherlands in Western Europe. Haven't got a good link between here and the Netherlands. It's very slow. The connection is actually not enough to stream without it lagging behind. So if I stream out at, right now we're doing something like 2021.92 kilobit. I couldn't do that to the Netherlands. However, with my internet provider, so right here where I am now, they've got a nice 100 gig link to Los Angeles and also to, I guess that's San Francisco, I don't know. So what I've done is I've just opened up a, cannibalize my ad revenue. Nah, I haven't even got ads enabled because I think ads suck. Yeah, so we've got our, as I said, our link all the way to LA. And I can do, you know, the same bit rate that I'm doing to Twitch and YouTube. So that's great. The latency is about 100 and something milliseconds. Yeah, 100 and Oh, now it's kind of, oh yeah, now it's freaking out a little bit, but yeah, okay. So without any load, it's about 150, pretty consistently. So that's cool. And I'm hoping that everywhere else, I mean, the people should be able to fetch from that pretty easily. I mean, that thing should be running just fine. They got loads of bandwidth. Yeah, cool. Okay, so that was the first thing that worked, and I'm just going to keep that thing running and see how it goes. So this thing works. Now it works, okay? But is that all? One of the issues is that now we're just writing out our segments until forever, which is no good. So for example, what's going to happen is that at some point we're going to run out of space. Also, because this is a live stream, nobody really cares about anything other than, you know, like the past minute, 2 minutes, something like that. So what we want to do is implement something that'll get rid of the old stuff. Just to give an example, since we started, oops. We've already written about 200 megabytes. So, and usually I'll go for, you know, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 hours. So yeah, we're going to need to, you know, we're going to need to do some tidy up. So the first thing that I came up with when I did this was a very silly script. Okay. So, and I can actually run this now, I think. Can I? Yeah. All right, there we go. So that thing just removes, this thing just says remove the last 1, 2, 3 segments. Now if we run it again, it should get rid of the next 3. So what we could do is we could just run it in a loop, say every minute, run script. Oops, always forget that. And then we can just run this in cron and we'd be happy. Pretty easy, pretty simple. Doesn't complicate our server program that much. But then I thought, well, actually our server program, like our HLS serve, that doesn't really need to just keep writing stuff forever. Conceptually, maybe all we really wanted to do is kind of maintain a cache of stuff. So really it receives some media and then keeps some of it on disk so it can serve it, and then it doesn't care about any of the other stuff. It just keeps that kind of, you know, that set, let's say, call it a duration. And then we don't have to give it a directory to write to, because then we can just write it into our cache directory, you know, the standard like cache thing. Yeah, I think that's a cleaner solution in the sense that we don't, let's say, like, conceptually, that's easy to understand. All the server does is it just keeps some stuff. It doesn't just keep writing it to disk. That's the first thing. The second thing is that one of the issues is that, say we grab our playlist. Okay. We've got a nice big long playlist here. Now, as you see, our server has, our server has picked up the fact that we've removed old segments. the thing is that I think we need to increment this value. Because the playlist itself has kind of changed. I'm not quite sure off the top of my head, but I know that the built-in FFmpeg actually has its own kind of HLS output, and that thing, when it's writing stuff, it'll actually increment this counter. So probably want to do something like that as well. And since we're going to be removing stuff as well in our HLS server is actually maintaining the removal of things, then when we remove stuff, we can also just increment the counter and then we're good to go. Yeah, I think this helps players a lot, because I know that there's an issue with like things looping back around and then the timestamps freaking out, the decoder, actual video decoder on the hardware freaks out, stuff like that. So I think that should help our players a bit. Let's just run it again. Okay. Where are we up to now? Yeah, okay, so that's how far back in time we can go. We're just too far. I mean, we don't need to go, you know, if each of these is 4 seconds indicated by this tag here, then yeah. There we go. Let's just keep that running now. Cool, okay. Link now is good, less caching. Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm expecting that the link should, I mean, because it's in a data center in on the west coast of the USA, so I'm hoping that, you know, that the link that they're giving me should be pretty good. Of course, it's not like a, you know, it's a cheap VM, right? So they're not going to be giving me a... No varnish, because I figured that our little server should be able to serve things pretty quickly, enough at least for the amount of traffic that I think I'm expecting. However, I am very interested in putting varnish in front of it somehow. So there's a whole bunch of interesting, let's say fun kind of like web caching, sort of Anycast, you know, geo routing stuff that we could do there. So for example, if our origin server is, open up maps, where are we in the world? Okay, so if our server is here, then we could actually have, instead of just having our origin server here, we could also have a kind of like a very basic poor man's CDN. So requests can initially come here, but what we can do is based on, for example, the source IP address of the request, we could then actually redirect to some other server somewhere that's maybe closer to them. And that server itself will only be running varnish, and it'll just serve the cached stuff. Bit of a fun, really simple CDN, but also kind of cool. Yeah, this is a sliding window playlist. Yeah. Also works. Also YouTube. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yep. Yep. They're just lucky just because they have Anycast routing as well, so they can do stuff on layer 3 that I cannot afford to do. Yeah. But For now, I'm okay. But for now, I'm hoping that, you know, this this kind of runs okay. What I should probably do is at least have a basic, you know, right now I don't even know what requests are getting in. Let's just log connection, I think is it. Oh, nobody's there anyway. Show relays, 12 sessions. Well, I don't know, maybe I'm actually really, really rich and like, I don't know, maybe I own, or I don't know, maybe I've got the keys to the data centers and I'm putting in little like, you know, Synology NASs everywhere. Okay, cool. So, yeah, that's cool. That makes sense. Yeah, because 12 sections is over the past, yeah, over the past hour we've had 10. So yeah, that's IPv6. Cool. Okay. Yeah, nice. Okay, cool. Cool. Yeah, maybe I should put a little link in the, because this is really what the, we haven't got any ads, but the donations, I'm hoping, well, no, I mean, not I'm hoping, I mean, you know, they go towards this sort of thing so that people can watch without ads or something, I don't know. Everybody can watch without ads. Okay, so let's open up our command and start making those changes. Oh shit, whoops, let me just undo that. Oh, no, whatever. The media sequence number of the first media segment that appears in the playlist file. There's a few with all the players, they'll often do stuff to keep a little bit of thing in cache. So if you want it lower latency but kind of less reliable, there's usually flags. Like for FF Play, it was no buffer or something. No buff. I can't remember the flag actually, but I was doing a bunch of testing of that a few days ago. Okay, so just reading about whether we need to increment this value in our playlist. So just as a reminder, we got this thing. It's not required to contain its media sequence number. I think doing dash would be good. I think it would be easier to I mean, I haven't actually looked at, very briefly looked at MPEG dash. I guess this exercise, while sort of about HLS, the more interesting bit, I guess, for me was the lexing and the parsing. Now, with MPEG dash, because it's just XML, you know, that handles a lot of stuff for us. So what I mean is that the XML package in Go will handle a lot of that. Whereas we're sort of doing things like, oh, if there's a comma and then equals and then this, then, you know, we have a whole bunch of code that, you know, we've had to do that ourselves. So of course, on the one hand, it is of course about streaming. Yeah, absolutely. But also it was about doing that sort of thing. And XML is kind of cringe anyways. Well, yeah, I guess, yeah. But I think it would still be good to do. But we've been on HLS for quite a while now. So yeah, I feel like we're... And also, yeah, it would be good to kind of focus on... Yeah, I've actually written down quite a few different ideas on what we want to do next. So I might put up like a poll or something like that and see what people are interested in. Yeah. Okay, sorry. So let me just see the exit playlist type. In the order that they appear. Okay, here we go. A live playlist may be updated to remove. Except to remove. Yeah, this is about. Oh. Section 6. Is there even a section 6? Oh, yeah. Oh, I've included the full stop in the thing. Encrypting media, live playlists. Here we go. Here we go. Its value must be incremented by 1 for every media segment. There we go. Yeah, clients can malfunction. It doesn't have a... Yeah. Okay, great. So that's easy enough. We've got a bunch of rules for discontinuities, but luckily for us, we don't have any discontinuities because we don't have ads. Woo! Here we go. Look at this. A live playlist must not contain the playlist type flag. No value of that tag allows media segments to be removed. Interesting. So what have we got? We've got event and we're removing segments. Interesting. Right, so the event is in a... So this is... Huh. Okay, that's interesting, yeah. Just two different, maybe slightly different ways to kind of serve a... Let's call a live event. Less than 3 times the target duration. There we go. That gives us a good rule of thumb, or like kind of a good rule then. Must not remove from prelude start with the only if that would produce prelude duration is less than 3 times. Right, okay, so what that means is that we always have to have at least 3 segments available. Now for us that's fine, we're going to have a lot more. So, okay, let's just make a little function, a pretty easy function that's going to be remove, you know, old. We're going to, and then that, say the age is going to be a duration. We're going to be returning an error. Okay, so let's yeah, and then we'll deal with the sequence number afterwards, the media sequence. Okay, let's go. So I'm just gonna put that. And test it, right? Okay. Yeah, as I said, let's get a start up some stuff. We'll keep that. Close that. Keep that there. Load up some docs, and of course start up our formatter. Yeah, and then we need to stat each of these, I think, if I remember rightly. Yeah, okay. Now we only want to work on our, we only want to work on TS files, so let's do that. So if, I mean, we could even do a glob, but let's just do it like this. Has suffix, ends on name, has the suffix .ts. Oh, if it does not have that, then continue. Easy. Straight into the next one. Okay, cool. Let's get our modified time of the file. I think I can just return the naked error, or return the error there, because that'll have a bunch of information about the file that I tried to stat and all that sort of thing. Okay, let's get the mod time. So we're going to go, so we're going to get our age here. So we're going to go, let's do this like the max age, something like that. So we go if time, if the time since is greater than max age, then we want to remove the file. Okay, let's do this file path join, just because we've only got the base name of the file. We want to get the whole thing. So it's dir and the name. Let's do that, and then yeah, I think we really just need to totally bail out at that point because we don't know. Okay, and we might want to just double check our sequence number here. Okay, so actually let's leave the sequence number till afterwards because we're probably just going to do like a global variable. It's fine. It's a tiny little program. I think that's it. All right. Let's do new sequence number. So let's just call this sequence int. And then here we're going to bump it. So if we remove it, okay, we're just going to increment it. Then when we make the playlist, right now we're not actually specifying a sequence. Oh, we're going to want to do that. And the sequence is in our playlist. Where am I? Sorry. Sequence, there we go. So after do target duration, yeah, okay, so it's just sequence. I might dump that as well. Yep. Because they're saying that it's actually invalid to have that set at all. Let's do that. Okay. Oops. I did bad code. I'll join and then that. Okay. How are we feeling? Is it first try Tuesdays? Oh yeah, of course, because the file's open. Okay, anybody watching the... Yep, OBS freaks out too, which is good. Mr. Yarn, I'm curious. Sorry, I forgot to ask. I was just thinking about what I had to do next. What do you think about doing the MPEG dash? I don't know if you're still here or not, but I'm curious what you think. And anybody else, really, of course, yeah. So just a quick background, MPEG dash is what's used by, in general, like when you go onto YouTube and watch a video, you'll get served a playlist with, with MPEG dash, not HLS. HLS, Twitch uses HLS, YouTube's using MPEG dash. Similar idea, just different format for the most part. I deal with it more now, but don't know as much about it compared to HLS. Okay. I think having, certainly as a kind of software project, as a Go module, as a collection of packages, having MPEG dash, so what I mean is like, let me just do it like this. No, I don't need to do that. Like, if you've got all these packages here, M3U8, I guess we'd have CMAF. Is that the one that? Yeah, I can't. Anyway, let's just, or maybe a package called Dash. Having those two there would be very handy, in the sense that, say you've got a program that, let's call it our HLS serve. And then instead of HLS serve, let's call it like, HTTP stream or something. Then you'd import M3U8, you'd import your dash, and just generate the same playlist on, at exactly the same time. That would be pretty cool. Ah, interesting. Okay. Yeah, right. Okay. Yeah, let me write that down. For live. Oh, okay. So trip. Oh yeah. Oh, is that like a? Yeah. Of course, yeah, the horse, yeah. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Oh yeah, there's I don't know about other yeah, gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, actually that's interesting. I didn't know it was actually in MPEG dash that it gives you that. That's actually pretty interesting. I mean, it makes sense that, like, because that's what's on YouTube and stuff, but interesting that they put that in the actual spec as well. Implementation also removes ads, and I can watch original content. I mean, yeah, there's I know a friend told me that there are directories online of a whole bunch of, M3U8 like direct links that will serve, you know, ad-free and tracker-free content from, you know, broadcasters and stuff like that. A friend's told me. I don't know about them myself, but okay, let's test our thing. Is it first try Tuesdays? That's what my friend always said. He always goes, "Oh, first try Fridays." Yeah, that's exactly. Yeah, I know. I'm actually super surprised when it's there. I know there's other ones where like they have the origin is actually still publicly available. Like the thing that, or at least some part of the chain before they put in the DRM is public. Some people have found it or they've leaked it or something like that. Okay, what do we think? Is this thing working? Oh, I haven't even, I don't even call the function anywhere. Okay. Well, so much for first try Tuesdays. I mean, this is going to be like 20 try Tuesdays. That sounds more like my kind of style. 20 try Tuesdays. Let's start up a new Go routine that does the job for us, and then let's call it every, you know. Should we do it every time we... Maybe we want to actually do it in here every 4 seconds. Oh no, but it only sends it... No, we'll just do a new timer. Remove old, and our dir is dir from our arguments. Actually might, yeah, let's do a little, we can do a default argument there so we don't have to have it there. And our max age. Okay, so let's do a bit of counting here. So we have to have at least 3 times our segment duration. That's from the HLS spec. So then we'd have anything older than 3 times segment duration could go, in theory. But I want a little bit more than that. So why don't we do it every... we can have the thing run everything. That's fine, I guess. And then we can go... do a select. What do we ticker? Just do it like that. So every time it ticks. Oh, 4. So go in a loop. And we're just going to do it like that. Let's get 10. Let's keep. Let's do 3 times. So we know it has to be 3 times that. Let's do 3 times maybe, and then we'll, why don't we just do 10, nice round number. Let's do 8. Remove old segments, and then we'll just print the error. Oh, and should be okay to do that. Oh, case. thought there was a... Yeah, okay, so we just wait. So that's us waiting. Now another thing I want to ask is when it's, I don't know, need to find a way to get the YouTube chat into here or just disable YouTube chat. Kind of tempted to just disable YouTube chat, to be honest. I mean, like I say that, but I don't know, like if I go to here. Hey guys. Sorry, I didn't have the YouTube chat open. Good evening from California. Wow, yeah. The live stream, our sort of self-hosted live stream should be very fast for you. Good evening, Dolce Bellum inexpertis. What does that mean? Inexpertis, Latin. Okay. As well, yeah. So I stream to both Twitch and YouTube. Just because, I don't know, it was a nice RTMP FFmpeg exercise. So I just do it with a little FFmpeg command that's running right here. Works well. I wrote a post about that on the mailing list, which I can link to here. Okay, good. Maybe, and when the program starts, we'll want to clear the whole directory anyway. We need to start with an empty directory, which is fine because, yeah, all of this stuff is kind of ephemeral. Okay, cool. So let's run our thing and start. Okay, we've connected. Let's try again. Anybody who wants to load it up, I might load it up myself. Anybody who wants to load it up, I might load it up myself. Anybody who wants to load it up, I might load it up myself. We haven't incremented the sequence yet, so we'll just see what happens. Anybody who wants to load it up, I might load it up myself. Oh. No, it doesn't look, hold up. Oh shit, we had the, oh fuck, we still had this thing running. Okay. Let's try again. No, it doesn't look. No. I mean, it kept playing for some reason, so let's stop that. That. Okay, run again. Okay. All right. Okay, we've got 8 seconds worth of stuff. So we're expecting 3 times 24, 24 times 4. Oh yeah, so we've got quite a while. Okay, maybe we might have to sit back and just wait a little bit, I think. Good. What have we got there? So it's 8, 16, 24. 24 times 4 is 48 times 2, which is 1 minute and 30. Monitor, yeah. Oh, there's no that's fine. Oh, there we go. Okay. Let's try it out. Let's do it in quick time. Just because why not? Yeah. Let's do it in quick time. Just because why not? Looking better. Even do a little bit of playback. That's cool. And there should even be. Let's do it in quick time. Just because why not? Looking better. Let's. Let's do it in quick time. Just because why not? Looking better. Let's. Just because why not? Looking better. That's so confusing. I have no idea what I'm looking at on my screen right now. Just covered into the same fucking thing. Just because why not? Looking better. That's so confusing. I have no idea what I'm looking at on my screen right now. Just covered into the same fucking thing. Just because why not? Looking better. That's so confusing. I have no idea what I'm looking at on my screen right now. Just covered into the same fucking thing. Wow. Okay. Just yes. Looking better. Oh God, I can't say. Okay, I'm just gonna cut that sound. And then I gotta cut. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Okay. And we started with 0 and we're up to 43, which makes sense. Now this, we just happen to be using this sequence numbering just because whatever, but yeah, that's cool. Just waiting for me to, there we go, okay. I was just seeing when I brought up myself, seeing what the kind of, it's cool. Now let's have a look if I quit that. Let's, latent, just out of curiosity to see how it fetches stuff. Okay, 83, 84. On the source hard. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, that was actually a problem with the. I don't know. I had some kind of. I don't know. I misunderstood maybe how FFmpeg was connecting to both Twitch and YouTube. So I think the bit rate going to YouTube was very, very, very low for some reason. I think it's okay now. Now, curious now how I can see on my screen what it looks like. Let me just see the bitrate that I'm writing out at. Yeah, I'm writing at 2000. So I think, yeah. So if that's okay, that would be pretty cool. Now, it would be even better to use H.265 because I've noticed that is just like for these static things like this, it's way better. Yeah, I also pay for that, yeah. But it's interesting because I'm not, like the thing that I'm sending them is quite, yeah, okay, cool. To YouTube and stuff, I'm sending them 3 megabit. So, oh, the playlist. Ah, sorry. Yeah, sweet. Okay, great. That's cool. Good stuff. Okay, well, there we go. So I guess then in that case, like using H.265 would only be would just be saving a bit of, fair chunk of bandwidth. But that's okay. I mean, because I don't think the traffic is non-existent basically, so who cares? No, that is, yeah. No, I was just curious. I don't know. I was just kind of, I don't know what I don't know, It's always one of these things like you think so many times I've done this sort of, codec and like color space and all these comparisons and you think, oh no, but it should be exactly the same, but for some reason you didn't expect it looks different. Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah. It's, the end-to-end thing, like where it actually hits your eyeballs, there's always going to be some weird thing going on, And people pay, like in the real broadcast world, they pay a lot of money to really get that end-to-end thing right is very, yeah, that's very, yeah, pay a lot of money for that sort of thing. Okay, sweet. Well, I mean, shit, that, I'm pretty sure. Let's just have a look at this again. So this now should only be, where are we up to? Yeah, seconds 126. Wow, that's great. If I go and have a look here, just be interesting to see. Okay, cool. So at any one time, we're only going to be using 28 megabytes of disk. So around about. That's cool. Very cool. And then what are we going to be streaming out at? 2192 kilobit. So that's 2192 divided by 8, 274 kilobytes per second. Oh, well, that's nothing, right? That's fine. Just that's how it shows. So yeah, that is so true. Yep, I know. It's the whole packet thing. Like when you sort of think about it, you're like, oh my god, like it's incredible how it works. You know that it works. No, I mean I was just kind of curious about, I don't know, like just seeing if it was okay, really. I can definitely bump, I could bump the quality a bit, but I don't know what the Hoffman is. That what? I don't know what that is. I'm even dumber than you then, apparently. Let's do this again and make sure there's nothing weird happening. Easy. Oh. Let's do our Acme stream validator. Ah. Yeah, right. Let's do this. Oh, is this a cause thing again? Not allowed. Yeah. Okay, so Yeah, I want that. Okay, let's do that. What are we gonna do then? We're gonna JR1 huh? JR. Oh, is this like a Twitch Oh yeah. I can see it. Oh yeah, yeah, that is, yep. Okay, let's yeah. I think I want to do this on serve playlist and set cache. I mean, this right? Yep. Leave that there for a bit. Leave you down there. Have you right down there. Okay, let's open this thing up again. Oh, yep. Did I upload it? Yeah. Let's check. Yeah, there we go. Okay, good stuff. Let's try again. With Acme. So apparently if I click this button. Not allowed to request resource. Oh, is it because it's maybe HTTP, not HTTPS? Oh, yeah, interesting. Okay. Interesting. Okay. HLSanalyzer.com. Here we go. Put it in. Resolution error. Oh yeah, it's because I'm not actually declaring it, I guess. But I don't care. I mean, well, anyway. Yeah, unknown. Yeah. Okay. So it was able to probe for this, and it was able to probe for the frame rate as well. But it couldn't probe the codec or the resolution. So we could put that into our playlist, but yeah, like also we don't have to. Cool. Okay. Let's do HLS.js. And let's do it in Firefox, right? Because Safari has, yeah, let's just to make sure that we're using the, that's going here. Oh, no, whoops. No more big buck bunny. Gonna work. I think HLS.js dumps stuff to the JavaScript console. Yeah. A network error, status is 0. Manifest parsing error. Ah, interesting. Blocked loading mixed active content HTTP. Yeah, okay. Maybe I really need to do a certificate on that. I can, it's fine. It's just, it was just a bit, it was quick to do it without the certificate. That's all. I'm just, don't really, you know. Yeah, and so then it's probably like reading an empty, you know, like just, it's not, it's just getting into file or whatever when it tries to parse the playlist. Okay. Yeah, maybe I'll just put a certificate in front of it pretty quickly. Also, yeah. I'll just quickly set this up. I'm just quickly going to put a certificate in front of this. Okay, there, and then we're going to go domain. Oops, domain is, oh no, I don't need the quotes. live.olo.co. Write the key to this file. Sign with the authority let's encrypt that we just defined up there. Okay. Dot key live.olo.co.key live.olo.co dot and just do .crt. That should be it. Okay, let's just set up our HTTP server. this is going to be, so how we do this is we just use OpenBSD's built-in HTTP server to get us to kind of serve the Let's Encrypt stuff, and then only for this location. And then for everything else, we want to redirect our location star. We want to redirect to, so we'll do a redirect to block return 307 to HTTPS, and then the thing, I guess. Do we really want to do that though? Is that right? So we only want to serve that path. Then everything else, we can just do a redirect to the same thing. Okay, so we'll go, I can't remember the macros, but it's like request URI, something. It has, here we go, yeah, remote scheme, HTTP host, is that it? Just a URI. So HTTP TP host request URI. Do I need a slash in there as well? Should be right. Okay, so this is our reverse proxy. We want to say, this is all this, how do we want to do this? We're going to, if the path contains our .well-known Acme challenge, then forward the request to our HTTPD, and then if not, just pass it straight to HLS. So really we don't really need that HTTPD line in there, but I guess that's safe to have it there, but actually, to be honest, like it doesn't, HTTP won't serve anything anyway, so it doesn't really matter. So let's go. Or we could just something maybe like pass request if the URL matches live.olo.co. What does that really do? Let's get this right. Match, yeah. Oh, actually, we'll continue to allows addition parameters to the connection pass. Yeah, I want that pass request. Yeah, path, that's what I want. Yeah. So pass request path. I think I need to use URL because I need to, yeah, I need to do the like that. Oh, and then with the host. So the host is live.olo.co and forward to HBD. And then this one we could just do a TCP check because I don't care. So this is just for relay D. This checks whether it can actually forward, or whether it can like perform the relay to the host that we've specified, which is just running on localhost anyway. So, and then what we're going to do here is we're going to listen on TLS. So our listen on egress port HTTPS TLS, and then protocol, yeah, and then let's do this TLS key pair. So it will look for in EZC, SSL, and then the host name. So we want to do our host name is live.olo.co, and then that's that done. Let's call this HTTPS because we're going to be using the key pair. The protocol is we're going to be using is HTTPS. And this is port HTTPS TLS. request forward to that. So anything that URL forward HTTPD that, okay, cool. Let's does this need to be default? And then let's just check our relay. Is it going to work? No, we needed to also listen on plain HTTP because otherwise we're never going to. How's this going to work? Let's have, okay, no, I got it. Let's have our HTTPD always listen on port 80 and then relay D only listen for TLS. And then that's it. Sorry, that's a bit of a silly. It should be that. Listen on star, right? And then everything else just redirect. That's fine. And then we're going to do relay D is, yeah, only listening on TLS, port HTTPS. Yep. Yeah, that's it. And actually, we don't even need to, and this we don't even need anymore, right? So actually, all of that was irrelevant. Great. Because HTTPD is taking care of port 80. That's it. That's the rule. Okay, let's get a certificate. Well-known Acme challenge 404. Interesting. Oh, we need a and then HTTPD. Okay, relay D will fail because it can't load a certificate yet. Let's try to get the certificate now. All right, Acme challenge, Acme-challenge, start 404. Oh, have I got this the wrong way around? I think that's... well-known Acme challenge / star. Hey, that's still... What? Why? How is that? Oh, we're still running. Huh? Okay. Yeah, now HDVD is got port 80 for iNet and iNet 6. Okay. I don't understand that, I thought. Yeah, okay, there we go. Now we can start Relay D. Okay, cool. Now if I go, just on output. Cool, there we go. All right, so now, finally, if we go and try and load this thing, HTTPS. Yeah. Oh, okay. Firefox. Ooh. Timeout loading that. Oh, what do we got? Timeout. What? Oh, I haven't opened the firewall. Right, so that. Oh, what's that? Yeah. Oh, come on. Errol, yeah, okay, the fragment's busted. Yeah, absolutely. The fragment's totally fucked. I know that. Maybe let's try like if we get it. Yeah, that's a auto recover media errors. Okay, yeah. Dump fragmented before. No. Okay. State stopped play. Oh, there we go. Oh, what's that? Blocked. 430, 431, 430. Is that blocked from... Is that uBlock origin? Binding abort. What is that one? Yeah, okay, so, okay, all right. So HLS.js has problems loading our video because of the way that we're making the segments is not very clever. Oh, fuck. There we go. Oh, there it goes. Okay, let's try Acme. Transmaxing failed. Oh, yeah. Hey there. Shaka, media transmax failed. Yeah, okay. So it's definitely those really, yeah, these kind of very badly chunked media. I think... Okay, let me try something. Because if Jan, Mr. Jan, you'll probably know about this. If... Because if I think if I... These are called the frames because the position and frames are movement. What I'm thinking is that if I just send keyframes like every single second, then yeah, because I'm pretty sure that's now if I just do something very inefficient and just send a keyframe every single frame, then maybe we're okay. Right now it's doing it every 10 seconds. Is that right? Because I'm doing 25 frames per second. So it's doing it every 10 seconds. So we could just do... I mean, we could do even like every 10 frames, send a keyframe. Because I'm pretty sure that's what's happening, right? Is that it's probably something like reading the H.264 stream. It's getting like something, and it goes, well, I don't know what to do with this, and then eventually it'll find a keyframe and then kind of catch up. So I could do something very silly, like even say every 10. And then let's, Kaiser, what am I working on? Okay, so we're working on the serving this playlist. So if you open that in something like VLC or MPV or some player like that, FF play also, then you should be able to see this stream that's running right now. Now, not right this second, just because I just killed the server, but if we wait a sec, let's see if this can hold up. Should be okay. And essentially we're just doing it so that the thing we're just testing how it plays in different players. So there's a bunch of things that we needed to do, like as we're streaming, we didn't want to just fill up the disk. Like we had no, let's say like our cache was infinitely large, which is bad because we'd fill up the disk pretty quickly. We found a server. We found a good halfway between like latency and bandwidth. We've like a good location, let's say. What else have we done? And then now we're just sort of seeing how, just kind of fucking with it and seeing what happens. Yeah, gotcha. Yep. So let's see. Let's go here, HLS.js. S. Oh. Okay. There we go. So, oh, what the fuck? Whoa. Well, I mean, that was fun while it lasted. Let's see what it looks like with this. Actually, let's do that and then just run that. Oh, still. Actually, let's do that and then just. Oop. Oh, still. Anyway, that's fine. We're not looking into should match keyframe interval. Yeah, okay. Oh, of course, yeah, because then we're always chopping on. That's it. I actually do remember that. Yeah. So let's actually do that. So we're going to go So we're doing every 4 seconds, right? So that means we need to do it for 25, 100. Every 20, yeah, 25, 50, 75, 100, right? 100. What's that? 4200? Okay. Let me just set that there. Let me just, my phone's just ringing. Let me just get that for a sec. Let me just quickly grab my phone. I'll be back in a sec. Okay, hey. All right, sorry for that quick break. Yeah, as Mr. Yan said, yeah, that is, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, you always need to do a new, yeah, you wanna split on the keyframe. So in my case, we're doing, so if I open this up, we're doing 25 frames per second and we're splitting every 4 seconds. So that means every 100 frames. Let's try that. What did we have before? 10, right? So, but that still should, oh no, but it wouldn't necessarily start. Yeah. Let's see if that works. Okay, I'll close that. We'll HTTPS. Cool. Now let's looks good. Oh no, let's just do that and see. Let's look at that one. Let's just do that and see. Oh, there we go. And now it's trying to recover. NS error DOM media. Oh, that's slightly different to the one we got before. And we're back to reading from 0. Go way ahead. Read 18. Type error. This level playlist infos. Level infos. extx start in a playlist is not preceded by any segment tags. Time offset appears in extx start. Yeah, okay. Now this time, this one is, oh, there we go. Okay, we just needed to, okay. Aha, yeah, gotcha. There we go, okay. And loaded. I'm just watching this little, not sure if you can see what I was seeing. Yeah, there we go. I'm watching this go along. Ah, there it goes. Dead. Because before we had an Apple VT decoder error, something like that. Which, can't remember what that is, but okay. So, okay. Yeah, sorry. I know that's yeah, man. Yeah. I'll mute it when it comes back on. Ah, that's just the, let's open that Shaka player again. That was from Mr. Yan. That's the vibe. Wait, what? Harmonic. Okay. Is that big buck? Band source stream. Damn. Error literature is the segment. Yeah, okay. Let's try again. Different segment, same error. There we go. Interesting. See? Went, oh no. Oh, look. Anyway, look, I'm very happy with that. It's like, we can't let us see. Ah, okay. Ah, is that, can you try with HTTPS? That might be like, oh, on a local site that uses that. Yeah, okay, gotcha. Maybe documentation, run, yeah. What? Okay. Okay. Let's see. Just as a like fucking what could happen. Let's try that. What I've just set is I've set every frame. Just because right now we're kind of fucking around. I don't think we're really in very good. It works now, but it's audio only. Okay. Yeah. So each one kind of freaks out in different ways. So it's definitely a let's do this. So we've set it to send a keyframe every frame. See what happens. Oh, right. Okay. Now let's have a look. Yeah, okay, there we go. So, very inefficient, but, you know. Do it again. Let's just load up. What's it loading? Number 4, okay. Oh, no, there we go, okay. How could it efficient, but, you know. I know why, because it's actually not. I know why. Because yeah, okay. What's happening is that we're actually splitting it, like our actual splitting of the when we do. Sorry. Let me just get it nice and clear before I start talking. Okay. So each one of these, we're just saying, okay, every 4 seconds, split it. And we're saying, and we're just making sure that we're only splitting on the MPEG transport stream packet. But an MPEG transport stream packet doesn't necessarily even have any video in it, let alone a frame or anything. So, which is fine. Like we just, I guess it's just because of this thing where it's sort of very, a lot of unknown variables sort of thing going on there. So that's fine. But it's fine. Like I think that for the size of the code, I'm actually surprised that it kind of works as well as it does. Let's just change this back to, let's set it every 100. And then do that, and then there's that, and then we'll just, okay, that, and we'll do that. Cool. Okay, so now we're, yep, good. So just one more test. Cool. Excellent. And there's even other stuff I know. Even in H.264, you can tune the encoder for actually. I know there's tuning even at the codec level. But H.264, you can do things like tune it to be easier to live stream. You can do low latency tuning and stuff like that. So no, look, that's good. That's good. So let's go back to our thing. So we're doing that okay, and we're doing that okay. So that's actually pretty good. So what I might do now is, because it's 1:30 p.m. here, I might go and just have a get a lunch break, and I might just remove these things because here's the demo. Yeah, okay. And then we go source. Oop. Interesting. I'll run, okay. I'm kind of assuming that under the hood, this thing might even use HLS.js, but I don't know. JavaScript, yeah, okay, so we got package. Oh, nice, yeah, just nothing. Oh, workspaces, apps, packages. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, no, it's interesting because, like, of course, I mean, I was just more curious than anything. Yeah. Yeah, but look, I might just grab some lunch now, just because it's that time of day. So Let me get my, hold up. Let me get my mascots out for the lunch break. Hold on. Shit. I'm trying to draw. Hold on. Try again. Oh no. There we go. All right, we're almost done. this. There we go. Okay, there we go. All right. Okay, see you in about 30 minutes. I should really put a countdown timer there or something. Anyway, that's fine for now. Okay. 2. We can stay there. Okay, let's put this camera back. Actually, I'll just put that there. Ooh, and zoomed in. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. What did I eat? I had sushi. Yeah, it was good. Yeah, thanks for asking. Alrighty. So, which one is you love the color scheme? Yeah. Yeah. No, it's yeah. Sushi. Yeah. Okay. So let's so our stream, it's been going for an hour now. I'm just gonna look at the stream again because I for some reason I feel like it won't be running, but let's just have a look. So our stream, it's been going for an hour now. I'm just gonna look at the stream again because I for some reason I feel like it won't be running, but let's just have a look. Awesome. It's actually running. Okay. Fantastic. Okay. What we'll do is let's update our... We'll go something like... maybe I'll do it like that. I'll do that. Come to Brazil. All right, let's do that. I'll just make a little redirect on our server. Self-hosted, maybe let's do like HLS. It is, yeah. If you give me 2 seconds, let's where am I going? Yeah. Yeah, it might, yeah. We'll see. Location, yep. Yeah. Playlist.m3u8. I think that should be right. Oh no, sorry, syntax error on this. Live block return 307 HVS live.olo.co. Block return 307. Seems correct to me. defined twice. Oh. Okay, let's go. Let's dump this in. And that now that should load up in MPV or VLC, or if you're running a Mac, it will run in QuickTime. Oh, sorry. Well, that isn't. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, that isn't. Sorry. Cool. Just crash VLC. Shit. Yeah, right. Oh, let me check that the... Yeah, right. Well, that's no good. Maybe... I haven't hit that before. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Oh, let me check that the... Yeah, right. Well, that's no good. Maybe... Nine, 3, 4, 9, 3, 5, 9, 3, 6. Ooh. 9, 3, 8. I don't think so. I mean, so in VLC anyway, you go, how do you go? File, open network. Now, the only thing is that the way that we're making the segments is not very good. So that causes players to crash. So depending on how and where you load it, it might work better or worse. So yeah. I'm just curious to see. Yeah, that works. Okay, cool. Hey, by the way, 715209. Oh, still explodes. Damn. Interesting. So this one is actually, yeah, wow. Can you, yeah, well, yeah, there was a major version. This is got 3.0.20. That's what I'm running here. Ah. Yeah, but I mean, look. Okay, so HLS version 7 was released many years ago. MPEG transport stream, I'm pretty sure, is older than VLC itself. H.264 is, I mean, that's, yeah, that's pretty old too. I mean, of course, you know, they fix bugs all the time. Yeah, that is interesting. Three, blah, blah, blah. About 3 seconds? Okay, yeah. I was hoping to see something like 4 seconds, but yeah. So now that we're... Oh, yeah, nice. Oh, hey! Travis, how you going? Yeah, so Trav GM, I should say. Yeah, sorry. Anyway, yeah, nice. Okay, so yeah, that's cool. 700. Okay. So there's, if you're running MPV or let's go. There's actually a. This is always fun. This is the lowest latency I could get. Oh, maybe it was with FF Play, but this was kind of interesting. So this does a whole bunch of like MPV. One of the flags that are set in here is enable video latency hacks equals true. So this one, it's going to be interesting to see how this plays. Things that are set in here is enable video latency hacks equals true. Oh, here's the audio. So this one, it's going to be interesting to see how this plays. I'm going to hear it all again. That are set in here is enable video latency hacks equals true. Oh, okay. So that's... Hello, world. That are set. We're not going to hear that now, are we? Because we've got, like... Let me just do... I know. Let me do this. Okay. Nice. Okay. Access to my storage. That's weird. Don't know what... Which player are you using? Ah, okay. I don't know whether that can load HLS or not. Maybe it does. I don't actually know. So for anyone who is just joining, the problems we were having last time with self-hosting, well, one, like I didn't even test it. We were just doing it live, just seeing what would happen. So I actually did a bit of testing and stuff. So what I found is that before, what we were trying to do was we were trying to go from Sydney all the way to well, actually first we're going from Sydney to Sydney, and then our cache was running in the Netherlands, so all the way on the other side of the world. Now the link between that and our Sydney data center was, yeah, pretty bad. The link between me and the Netherlands data center was also really bad. What I mean by really bad is that I couldn't stream, like the maximum bit rate that I could stream at was something like, 1500 maybe, and the latency was crazy. So what I've done is, this is my home internet provider, which is a great little provider if anybody's in Australia. And they're not even little anymore. I think they're pretty big now, but anyway. They let you do a lot of nerdy stuff with your network. Anyway, so I looked and I said, okay, well, where are we going to go? I thought Singapore initially, but actually that's a few hops from Sydney. So of course, what I've done is I've just gone straight to Los Angeles. So I've just started up a little $5 VM there, $5 US VM. And yeah, way more consistent connection. So what I mean is that before we're getting all sorts of packet loss and all this sort of stuff. But from here, it's pretty solid. Like, we're only getting, now sure, 140, 150 isn't great latency, but the hops are much smaller. So if you do a trace route, you get sort of nice small little list. And yeah, it's great. So what we're doing is we're doing TCP all the way, MPEG transport stream over TCP to here. And then our HLS server is reading in the, just on the toe button. Yeah, from there, we are MPEG transport stream. Yeah, and from there, it's just cutting up the video and just serving it straight. And I figured for a lot of people, I'm assuming most people are in like, yeah, well, most people are not near Australia, apart from people in, Singapore, Indonesia. Yeah, the connection to links to the west coast of the US should be pretty good. Yeah, I actually saw the VM provider that I'm with. They actually have a data center in Hawaii, which for me would make a lot more sense because you go from Sydney, right, down, can we see this? Yeah. You go from Sydney and Hawaii is kind of like halfway. And then from Hawaii, Asia, this, blah, blah, blah. So the problem really that I ran into was the Pacific Ocean. The Pacific Ocean's really big. So that's a planet Earth bug. And yeah, that's not our problem. Unfortunately, unless you go to Singapore, the links to Indonesia and stuff are very bad, which is crazy because it's relatively so close to Australia. But there you go. So yeah, hopefully that works well. So if anybody ever wants to watch just from straight, MPV or FF Play or VLC or whatever, then you can do that without any trackers or anything really. You've seen what we're logging. We're logging a whole lot of nothing. So yeah, it's cool. Big. I see. Let me just this one. So we're grabbing it. Yeah, that's right. So it's from the looking. Los Angeles. Yep. Yeah. And seems to be a good halfway. Like, for example, I know that I can, when I ran this test, wait, was it this one? Oh, anyway, I ran a couple of network tests to Los Angeles POPs, and I was getting, like 18 megabit up, which is crazy. Because on going to the Netherlands, it was like 0.2. So that's, yeah, almost 10 times faster. Sorry, 100 times faster, is that right? Yeah, almost 100 times faster to the west coast of the US. With my ISP. IP linked. Yeah. So, yeah, no, that's that. So what we'll do is rather than I'm planning on that's very good. That was so bizarre. Let's use the, so in Go, we've got this OS user cache-dir. Let's use that. How are we going to do this? Let's just do we're going to use the init func, basically, so cache-dir. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, it does. Yep. So what we'll do is, well, actually, yeah, okay. So it's a very silly sort of function. So what we're doing is that every time it's sort of like segment cut time, we go into our cache directory and we call this function here. What remove old does is it looks in this directory and removes any files that are older than this. And it increments the sequence number in the playlist. So what that means is that so here's our playlist. So right now it's at 1152. So it chops off however many need to be chopped off. And then it increments however many segments it's just cut. So, you know, for everything, yeah, 160. Okay. Are you in the Americas or in Asia or Europe, sort of Europe, Middle East, Africa, or whereabouts? Oh, the Netherlands. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Cool. Okay. Yeah. So it's sort of like a halfway. So this is one of these things where often I think with software, like you can come up with some like really cool architecture, or you can just kind of like come to this compromise that's kind of like, is it good enough? I think for our purposes, yeah, it's fine, you know. Done it in like, you know, I think this is like now 200 lines of code or less even, I don't know. And we've kind of used geography as the kind of, you know, yeah, it's good. I learnt about the UDP thing. So what was happening is that it was the timing was a timing and things were not arriving in the correct order. That's it basically. So TCP just kind of fixes up all that for us. Yeah, that's pretty much it really. So, and one of the problems even doing it locally, even from a file and stuff like that, was like it would try and pump as many packets through that packet size less than or equal to 1024 thing. I think so. At least set it to something pretty low, but I can't remember off the top of my head. But yeah, essentially sending raw UDP where the sort of strict ordering is required. Yeah, right. And any other issues, or was that just locally, or were you testing to? Was that testing over the internet? Okay, yep. Even for me locally, I was getting some errors depending on how I was sending the data. So for example, one of the things what happened was that the writer would just write as many packets as possible and then finish. But the thing is that that's incorrect, because the timing itself is important. And yeah, so anyway, there's a flag in FFmpeg for that, like -RE, which means try and encode it or try and read it or write it in real time. So it's kind of like emulating a kind of live device. But yeah. If we were using, I believe if we were using something like, well, look, let me just say, the real solution to this is something that's being developed now. It's called SRT, and this is one of the things that I wanted to maybe do in these streams. Is it's actually a protocol. Usually, all of the what we call the ingest. Yeah, RIST is cool. Yeah. So just for anybody else who's not aware, usually when you're sending stuff, or let's do this here, when you're sending stuff from some video source to a kind of big like streaming service live, you're pretty much always going to use RTMP. RTMP is an old, like it's built on top of TCP. It's a protocol on TCP. It was originally used to like send flash video around. It works obviously, like that's how we're all watching this right now. But there's latency, and there's a really interesting demo I'll show you by SRT. Here we go. This is a fun video. It's just a demo of RTMP versus SRT. Put that in here. And so, yeah, that handles. The idea there is that because we can't just use raw UDP over internet links, unfortunately, then you're going to need something to handle a bit of this stuff for you. And that's what SRT does. It is a little bit like that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know. And that's why I sort of find, I think, oh, well, actually just using like TCP, I mean, now is fine, right? And in terms of security, well, we could just do WireGuard. And WireGuard introduces like basically zero latency, at least in this context of video and end-to-end. The latency of WireGuard is very small. So I think I'd be happy to, for me, this is what it's designed for. So I'm happy to just keep doing MPEG transport stream over TCP, really. Yeah. Cool. Okay, so yeah, there's our... So what I'm going to do is just quickly, I'm going to publish this thing because for the moment this has just been running. I've never pushed this up to our internet repo yet. So let's do that. I'm going to knock out that. Oh yeah. Ah, interesting. Interesting. Not the captions protocol. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, so this FFmpeg, you can, I can't remember whether it's enabled by default in kind of most builds, but it is in the one packaged in with OBS does actually have SRT support. So that's cool. I would certainly be interested, for example, during the meetup, that golang Sydney meetup that we had. I was streaming over my 4G connection because that's all I had on my phone. So using something that's, was like really, really designed for that is, with a little bit lower latency and things like that would be really cool. My camcorder here can do, although the camcorder can only do RTMP. So, and the firmware is not going to get upgraded to do SRT. But newer cameras like Canon XF605, these sorts of cameras that you'll see, for news and stuff like that, you'll see people using this sort of thing. This is a new one, and this can actually do, this one can just do SRT straight out of the, out of the box. So you go into your little screen, you go like SRT, host, blah, 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 port, blah, blah, blah. It's cool. So that's kind of where the future's going. Slowly but surely. Ah. Yeah, whoops. Oh, I forgot to write this down. Hold up. Let me put this in my... Cool. What is the end goal of this project? End goal? What does end goal mean? Look, I mean, there isn't really. I guess in the sense that right now, yeah, you got it, yeah. Yeah, maybe, yeah. Like, because it's sort of like... it's what I'm thinking is something, let's just say like this. it's really easy to build like sort of web services with the standard library in Go, because things kind of work together. So for example, let's say you want to do something like here, read a message. Where is it? Here. And this thing is a header. And that header is a map of string to string. Okay, cool. But then that's the same as a mime header. And you can kind of pass these things around without really thinking about it so much. So you can go from the mail package to, you know, like the HTTP package through to the, I don't know, like to JSON, and then all back again without really thinking about it. And I feel like when you use things from the web, okay. This is Comcast's SCTE35 package. Yeah, like I don't think it wasn't great code, but it works absolutely. I know for sure. I know that this is in production. Like this is, yeah, because I did that. Okay, so that's cool. Now let's look at this one, M3U8. So this is another open source one. Okay, and we go to, if you look in a media playlist, a segment, I think. Yep. Okay. So in a media segment, which is like one of those video files, you can have a bunch of tags. The one that we were doing, that we see here. Sorry, where is it? My playlist. All right, I'll just get this one. Okay. So we were doing things like setting the duration. Here. Sorry, let me just see if you can see that. Yep, great. Okay, so we're doing, if I go back, sorry, media playlist. Okay, so we're setting our duration. We're doing sequence number here as well. One of the things that we can do is in this package, sorry, it's media segment, and we can set this thing here, the SCTE. The thing is that there isn't, what is a SCTE? QID, SCTE35 syntax, uint, QType, start, mid, end. Okay. That, like, to me, I'm like, well, I don't know how to use that. I mean, what is a pointer to a SCTE? I mean, what is a SCTE? It doesn't even mean anything. All right, let's look at our package. So if we look at our M3U8 package, and we go to our segment, there's Q out, Q in, and Q command. Now that is actually a splice. And here is what it is. So without pulling in any extra dependencies or anything, it all kind of fits together in a way that's documented and in a way that, you know, like the things actually work together. So I'm kind of thinking that like by the time, you know, each little one that we build on, it should at least be using it from other places. So I imagine later on there's going to be something like maybe like a timestamp package that deals with things like 90 kilohertz clocks and the other megahertz clock, if anybody knows off the top of their head what that clock is. There's going to be things like codecs, not necessarily codecs in Go, but I mean things like stuff like identifiers, you know, stuff like, oh, you know, if you want the, you know, an AVC XYZ codec, well, then we could just have those as constants that you can import. And you don't really run into that same dependency hell problem that is pretty much plaguing like every damn project nowadays. So I kind of imagine it as a kind of enough to learn and implement some of the, you know, like media and streaming systems. Not enough for anything like super duper, like, you know, not global scale, but enough that you can like use it to build something like that and to learn from it. And that doesn't cover every single crazy tiny little exception in every specification. For example, stuff in the, if we look in this package, they have like a heap of custom code for like widevine tags. And it's like, well, why? Like, it doesn't, like, just, you know, like there's a lot of stuff like that that I think is fine, like if you're running a business. But, you know, for kind of learning and, yeah, I don't know. I don't think, yeah, I don't think you really want to do that kind of thing. And then all of a sudden, by the way, say you were importing from Comcast's package and that M3U8 package, you know, you're going to have, like, there's a possibility that if you're putting, you know, SCTE35 tags in, there might be some problem down the road and you're going to get into some dependency problem where, well, we can't upgrade that version, but we really need to upgrade that other version. So what do? I think anybody who's done software development, like in the kind of commercial space, knows that kind of pain, you know? And so then you end up custom patching things, or somebody writes some other microservice that like does it for you. And it's like, oh my God, this is more and more code. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah. Man, you're crazy. This guy is crazy. Anyway. So yeah, that's the thinking. Yeah. And of course, deep down, you know, like for work, I had to, you know, deal with that Comcast package, and I was like, oh man, like, you know, this is crazy. Like, they're a huge mega corporation, and, you know, yeah. Before that did HLS streaming. In you mean in this, like in our, like on like this live streaming stuff, or you mean in like work and okay, yep. I did this shit, I can't remember. Hold on, let me think. Yeah, okay. So I'll just very quickly draw out a very bad diagram somehow. So I'm just trying to think how to do this. I'll do it on paper. Excalibur. Yeah, that's it. Of course. Sorry, I always forget about that one. Yeah. Okay. So what we had was just sort of very briefly and sort of badly, but there was this Windows thing. I mean, a Windows, like an actual like GUI program that would serve a thing that was kind of like a playlist. This was XML. And then this was me, so let's call this Ollie. Okay. So that we read this playlist, and then this is a thing that can let's call it like some enterprise sort of like broadcast grade scheduling thing. So you like queue up things to be played, and you kind of say, oh, we want an ad break here, and then if it doesn't come back, then we want to loop it back around again, this sort of thing. And it would read in a whole bunch of like, this thing could read in a whole bunch of things from like a kind of like a just a general, like they call like a MAM, like media asset management software, basically just like some big fat fucking file server that has all of their video stuff in it. We would, I wrote software to read this thing and calculate ads. And then I would just send that off to, this was sort of like SCTE 35 and like plus HTTP. And this was a thing that kind of, the protocol that it spoke is kind of like this XML based one called ESAM, sort of like a XML thing. And then this was our kind of like, this was, yeah, and then this thing would go out and actually generate actual HLS manifests. It would speak to CDNs, it would do all sorts of stuff. So this kind of big service. So this was all in a big, like a big, huge, you know, like SaaS thing. So my little program was actually executed by Windows. I think it was like, yeah, anyway, so this is just like exec on Windows. So that was in a sense what it did. Yeah, big time, yeah. Yeah, no, 100, it was absolutely, yeah. Yeah, it would definitely blame me for the ads, yeah. So, yeah, that's it. That actually ran on a on a Windows box. And yeah, said to this big server, hey, like, you know, time for you to, like, can you insert, well, I would send it a signal, say, hey, like, insert a break at this time for this duration. And I had to be very, you know, you got to be really precise with the time. Because the situation before was that the system that used to do this was like this big, horrible legacy Java thing. And it was like the latency was really bad. It was like 2 seconds or even 10 seconds. It was like something like you'd think like, what? And it would run on a poll. So it was polling. And I think it was doing the polling thing like every 10 seconds, but it was falling over or something. I can't actually remember because I didn't, yeah, I was just brought in as like a subcontractor. So, yeah, so this thing kind of ran, you know, obviously like in Go, right? This is the thing. So Go worked really well for this because it starts up super quickly. There's even like a bunch of optimizations that they've done that you know, the binary sizes are like pretty chunky, but one of the reasons that it does that is actually to optimize for startup time. So, yeah, so this thing would just get called and it would, yeah, like just, you know, execute the whole thing in like a, you know, basically 0 time, right? Just doing one HTTP request on the loopback interface, by the way. So that would never fail. And then, yeah, just send that off. So the latency went from like 2 to 10 seconds down to basically instant. Or at least it was however, like whatever happened to this link. What that meant was that when they're doing live broadcasting, and let's say like you're watching a soccer game and like some guy just runs out naked onto the pitch. Before, they weren't sure how long it would take between hitting the button and actually going to like cutting the vision reliably. So, but now they do. Now they know that this bit is not a source of latency. It's not a source of errors. This is for a TV station, yeah. Where's me writing GraphQL endpoints around? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, hey, look. For what it's worth, I was writing against an ESAM endpoint, which that's I don't know. I don't think that's any fun either, right? Like this is ESAM 251 or some shit. Was ESAM? What was it? ESAM. That's it. Okay. Think, oh yeah, really interesting. Yeah, look, the logic of putting in the SCTE and the timing was like maybe 20% of the work. The other 80% of the work was working out how to put a SCTE 35 command, getting that nicely done. Remember, I was using the Comcast package, so putting that into this horrible XML thing and duplicating a whole bunch of information. So that it was a real cunt of a project in the sense that like this ESAM yeah, this is the thing. Yeah, this is it. So this, like, how many pages is this? 70 pages. And you just write out like these big old XML things. And of course, you've got nowhere to test against, right? So it's not like GraphQL where, you know, you can be like, okay, hey, like this GraphQL thing is wrong. Like, you know, if it's returning an error or, I mean, look, I actually, sorry, I take that back. The tricky thing, of course, is getting something that like, there's the spec that says one thing and there's their proprietary server, which does a whole bunch of weird stuff. So it was hard to sort of say, hey, like, listen, there's a bug in the server. When I send it like this, the thing crashes. And when I send it like that, it works okay. That's the sort of thing that you had to deal with. And that took up most of the time. I got some bits. I got some bits. What? Like, huh? Bits like, you mean in the spec? Bytes? On Twitch. Hello, Mr. Friend. No, in Twitch. On Twitch. Oh, it's a... sure what that activity, here we go. Cheered 500 bits. Knowledgeable and a great, oh wow, hey, Kai304, thank you very much. I'm not sure what they do, but that's very nice. Thanks, mate. Hey, listen. Sorry, yeah, no, sorry. I'm so. Remember, it's. I've only been doing Twitch for like 3 weeks or something, so. Yeah. Oh wow. Oh mate, thank you. Hey, that's awesome. Listen, just remember that like all the money is it's to like, how do I say? Yeah, this helps host that little server. So, and of course I got my little HDMI receiver, and that's why we've got the vision and the microphone better now. That's super cool, thank you. Not just for the farts. Hey, listen, listen, mate. I hope it helps you and everybody too. Yeah, that's what it's about. Okay. So, yeah, that's kind of let's call like a real world application, I guess, in the sense that that's like what, if you do this stuff for work, that's the kind of thing that they pay for. Oops, so I'm just fixing up that, and then that, and that. Cool. Okay. Very interesting for Kai314, that's for sure. I thought I had already that there somewhere. Cool. Okay, that's that done. Let's knock that out. Now I'm gonna go if when so args is 1 is equals 2. Yeah. Had to happen. Had to happen. The future of content, yeah. The future of incontinence. Spoken language syllables. Yeah, but like, I would say, no, I would say that's unusual, yeah. Because, for example, what about, yeah, which, yeah, and that is unusual, yeah. So, for example, like the letter A, there's no real, like, there's not any sort of harsh, like, percussion in that, you know? So, sounds interesting though. Magic or tragic? Why would it be tragic? Let's put it that way. And then here we're going to do cache. Oh, whoops. So the cache dir is actually, sorry, let's get this right. Else cache dir equals, and then if it is not blah blah blah, but cache dir is file path of join, like that. Cool. Okay, anybody watching on our HLS stream? I'm about to cut it for a second. 3, 2, 1. Oops. Uploading, still uploading? Oh yeah, there we go, okay. Okay, oops. Cool. All right, there we go. So now we're just writing to the standard. Oh no, maybe not. Oops. .media. That cache HLS serve no such file or directory. Oh, whoops. There we go. 3, 4. Yeah. Great. All right, good stuff. It should, yeah, it should. Let's do that. So when we set the cache dir, okay, here we go. So now does make dir all, will that give us make dir all, was it? Make, yeah. 6. Oh, weird. Oh, yeah, old Go. That's really old. There we go. There we go. Okay. Okay. Cool. I mean, I thought it was going to be like, you know, I thought this was a kind of big buck bunny thing, but actually it's a lot more than that, isn't it? Okay. Sweet, so let's do that. Let's cut that. Cut that. Yeah. It's all right. Try and go for that Pacific Ocean bug. That'd be good. Speed of light bug would be good as well. If you can optimize that. Let's okay, great. Now, one of the things that I actually wanted to do is, actually, let's are we good to send this thing up now? I mean, it's enough. I mean, obviously there's other things we need to do, right? But at the moment, you know, like obviously it's got hard coded and it does this listen address, 2 listen addresses, so. Let's do that. Okay. There we go, 261 lines. It's all right. Now, let's have a look at, there was still a couple of issues that I wanted to go through. I can't remember now. Yeah, this is the one, this encode bit. Okay, let's have a look. So we've done that. I'll leave that there. Oh yeah, okay, so that's pretty easy. So this one is just about Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
Did it.
What the fuck was that? Oh, cool. One community sub. I don't... What is that? Thanks, Kai314. Sorry, I don't know what that is, but that's... Gifted sub. Awesome. Twitch noob. Yeah. How do I... Oh, you... Oh, yeah, nice. Okay. Cool. Thank you. Dankjewel, meneer 7. Meneer 7, 7, 15, 20, 9. Meneer of mevrouw. Since when do I know Dutch? I lived over there for 2 years. Rotterdam. No, in Rotterdam. Yeah, too cold for me. Even here, I'm wearing all this stuff. Oh yeah, nice. Yeah, I was in Kralingen. You know, like in the sort of old part near the lake. And for me, I thought, oh wow, such old cool buildings. You know, you don't really have that in Australia. Oh, nice. And I guess you're not in Rotterdam anymore. But yeah, cool city. I mean, it's just amazing. Like it felt very easy, you know? Like the Netherlands is, yeah. It's yeah. I miss it, of course, but it's the weather and lifestyle for me in Australia. Yeah. But yeah, maybe I'll go back one day. We'll see what my girlfriend says. Yeah. No, it's, yeah, you know. Yeah. Ik heb het heel leuk gevonden daar in Rotterdam. Ja. So yeah, let's sorry, I just can't remember what I was doing. Oh yeah, let's refactor this. Still got this stuff to do. And then we're kind of doing a nice, you know, sort of, this function isn't so scary anymore. And it's easy to test. So media, okay. Let's have a look. So these are writing out all the renditions. So we look in our media. So these are all the renditions. So these are the ones that we want to write out. So if we have a look at an actual rendition. Oh, sorry, we got it here. Name, video, group ID. Oh, whoops. Did we already do this? Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, we've already done this. Huh. Right, segments. Yeah, it absolutely, yeah. Yeah. Okay, well, we've already done this. Okay, look, I mean, yeah, look, okay, we can... Yeah, it's handy, yeah, and it makes it easy for me because I don't have to look in two places. Especially because I'm so bad at doing two things at once, so I try and, for me, I need it to be as simple as possible. Look, I mean, we don't have let's just do a cover. And then we'll go to HTML. Go to alt cover. All right, and then we'll just so probably one of the issues is that we're not testing any of this. But I mean, look, I mean, it's just a string method, right? I mean, there's not really anything. Although there's not a lot of code in there. I mean, if we test that, then we should be pretty good. M3UA, let's have a look what, oh, sorry. Right, here we go. Yeah, all this stuff we need to test. We need to test the encoding stuff. But to be honest, that's a separate issue altogether. So let's, because that is a bunch of error validation stuff. So maybe we want to test that write segments. Yeah, so we'll need to test, we want to test that function and we want to test, go to segment.go. Oh, we are testing that. Okay. Yeah, look, okay. We'll add issues later, but for now I'm happy to close this one because it's actually, I mean, we've refactored it just like this. So let's change that to closed. And then we go, done in, completed in, yeah, it's in that issue, yeah. Okay, cool. Great. Oh, okay. Yeah, can do. Yeah, because I think we're pretty much at the end of this particular, let's say, like chapter, in the sense that we got our little HLS server command pushed up. There's no documentation, but that's okay. I can do that. Different time. Okay. Yeah, I can show this one. Let me just think. To code with AI. Oh, and then so then it does that. Yeah, okay. Yeah, right. No, I haven't. I mean, I've seen like Copilot, but okay, yeah, right. Yeah. So Rebel Elder. When we were writing the docs for I think we were writing the docs for one of the types in here, and it actually came out with some like, yeah, it was great. It's actually really good. So what we did was we took what it spat out and then kind of cut it down to something a bit shorter just because we can. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, edit it, but always takes, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because I'm there sort of like getting that initial wording, which is kind of the boring bit. And then just to have the thing give it to you and be like, oh yeah, okay. And from there you just edit it. Like in this case, just edited it down to be a bit shorter because, you know, and then, yeah, it's good. Really handy. Okay. Yeah. Let's have a look at this command here. Okay. So the best way, I think, to sorry, let me just, we done that? Yeah, let's close that. And we'll close that. Okay. Yeah, so the best way to talk about that issue command is really to start with this IRC little program that we wrote. And actually, before we even get to there, let's just have a look at what Acme kind of looks like. So one of the ways that you can interact with Acme is through the file system that it actually serves. So Acme serves a little file system. Kind of looks like this. So this is it. Normally in Plan 9, you've got this. It isn't here. It's actually at like, you know, mount/Acme, right? And then these are the directories. So 16, 17, and 4. These are the window IDs. So it's going to be something like 4, 16, 17. I don't know which one's which, but it doesn't really matter. To make a new window, what you can do is you can write into this directory here. So say if we go, let's say, and then normally you'd write it to a file, right? But because we're not on Plan 9, we have to kind of use this 9p command, but it does the same thing. So write, we want to write it to acme/new/body. Okay. There we go. So it's written hello world into a new window there. And all we've done is execute that command. So I can also do this from the terminal. So if I open up a shell, same thing's going to apply. Write Acme new body. See? And then there's our thing. So now what we can do is the same thing we can read from it, right? So these are just regular files. So if you go 9p read Acme, let's read the contents of Windows 16, and then the tag is what we call this bit up here. So there's the body and the tag. It's just a name for, you know. Let's do that. Okay. So now we know that this one, right? So now if I type something, let's say I go, hello. Yep. And if I read the same file, There we get hello again. Okay, pretty cool. So if that's it's going to sound silly, but that's pretty much it. So let's say now you wrote a command. Well, let's put it this way. Let's say you wanted a program that could list, read, and write GitHub issues. Well, this is all just text, right? Because I can actually just, let's say, for example, just to really sort of get this thing going, right? Let's say I do something like this. Yeah? Look at this, see? I've just using grep, I've got every message that Sleazy Rom wrote. Pretty cool. Using just standard Unix tooling. Because the whole thing is just text. So you can kind of imagine now that if I wrote a command that listed GitHub issues, what I do is something like, let's say even if I'm just writing it in shell, right? Let's say I've got a simple command. Let's call, like, when you open the command, you want it to run issue, GitHub list, or, issue list. I don't know. Let's say we've got a command called GitHub. I don't know what it is. Actually, no, they have a command line utility, don't they? GH, right? GH issue list, and then the name of the project is like untangled code streaming, whatever. And then you wrote that to mount Acme new body. Okay, cool. And that's essentially what this command does. Untangled streaming. Okay, just close it, kill it first. I can go there, that. Okay, no, there's only one. Oh, the command. Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, absolutely. The code isn't great, by the way, but just to give you an idea, I won't, let me link it, but I think that it's kind of tricky to read just because it isn't super well done, but let's go, oh no, it's, actually I think, do I have it? Hold up, because I had to patch it because there was a problem with it. No. Okay. Yep, there we go. Just go through the code, I'll show you. But all it's really doing is just a bunch of printing. It's going comment by something, something. And then it's writing it to W. And W is anything, right? It can just be it's just an IO writer. Well, in this case, it's slight, but anyway, yeah, it is here, but anyway, yeah. So, yeah. The same goes, for example, I wrote a program called this. I actually wrote the equivalent program for GitLab as well. But I wrote a little program called Lemmy, which opens this kind of like an Acme interface for this Fediverse kind of Reddit clone thing, which I don't really recommend, but anyway, it's just an interesting exercise to get something like this working. So what happens is that when you do, so golang at programming.dev, that's like the name of a subreddit. When you right click something, you essentially get an event that says, hey, somebody tried to load something. And you can respond to that by, for example, creating a new window named this with this text in it. So that's pretty easy, right? Like writing this text out is pretty easy. We can imagine what it looks like. Print f, %d / tab %s, new line, tab, and then %s. I use Acme all the time, yeah. Yeah. And the same goes for the issue command. You can imagine writing this out is super easy, right? You just say like, print ln, right? Title issue.name, right? Or issue.title. State. Right? You get the idea. The interesting starts coming in when you start, let's say, for example, let's say I want to load issue 5. I just type 5 and then I load 5. Because what it's really done is it's gone, oh, okay, well, you want to load 5 in this path. Because that's all it's doing on the file system. Here's the directory listing for how would it infer that? Well, because what really gets sent is something like an event. So there's a thing called, it goes into a little bit of the internals, but there's another thing in Plan 9 called the plumber, which kind of deals with passing messages between applications, like for user interactive applications. Yeah. But there's a bunch of, let's say, like in Acme, there's a bunch of implicit rules. So it'll pass it to the, this I can't actually remember off the top of my head how exactly it works, but the important bit is that there's a thing called, I think it's an event, and it has a thing called like the body, and in this case it would receive 5, and then you know that it comes from a certain window, I think. So you get the idea of the window. I can't actually remember now because I haven't written the code in ages. But the point is that you kind of get this, you get sent this text and you know from where it got it from. So you can decide what to do with it. If you want to just go, oh, well, I don't care about it, then Acme will kind of try and do something else with it. And then eventually it'll actually pass it to the actual plumber, which is a separate process that handles any kind of text. But to give you an idea how it works in a file system, sort of pure file system sense, here's we've opened the directory streaming, and these are the files that are available, including directories. Same thing. In Plan 9 world, directories and files are basically the same thing. There's no real distinction. So I can load license by right-clicking on it. But I don't need to do it there. I can just type it anywhere because it doesn't care or know where it's coming from. The process just sends a message, and in the actual case in the Acme Go package, it's a chan. So it's a message to a chan. Yeah, and so we'll the thing will receive this kind of message. So it's like I think the body or I can't remember what it is now, but I can actually have a look. Hold on. Event. Is that it? Yeah, this is it. Yeah. Location, event, character address, flag. Bytes. Was that the one I was thinking of? Yeah, that's it. Yeah, yeah. So, yeah. So each window exposes a channel where events get sent through. So if we go to the window and there's a field or a method, I can't remember. Event, is it event? Open event? Event loop, no. There, event chain, that's it. So in a window, if you call event chain, it returns a channel and it has a bunch of events through it. Yeah, so that's the so when you load this thing, what it can do is say, oh, well, you've sent a message with this text through and we happen to be in this window. Okay, let's see if there's a file, or, oh, let's see if there's a thing like this or whatever. And your program can decide what to do with it. The most idiomatic thing is to try and open the file. Especially because in Plan 9, this would actually be a real file system. So actually in the Plan 9 world, this actually wouldn't really be a separate program. You would literally just be loading the file. Like it would just be like loading, oh, temp, cover.out. Like this actually loads the file off the file system, using the syscalls and going through the kernel and blah, blah, blah. In Plan 9, you wouldn't really have a program. The program would serve the file system and then you would just happen to be reading that from Acme or from the shell or from anything. But since we're not on Plan 9, this is it. In this program, I have a synthetic. I have like a little in-process file system. So this path actually exists, but only in the lemmy command that's running. So the file system is so here's a package that provides, that sort of serves a file system interface to this Reddit clone. So at the root of the tree, you've got golang, you've got whatever like community you've got, like a subreddit. And then within there, you've got a bunch of posts. And then in there, you've got comments. And if you read that's basically it, yeah. And this uses Go's IOFS. If you're familiar with that, Go has a built-in sort of cool sort of file system interface. This thing. So it's a way of kind of sharing between Go programs a file system thing in the same way that you have like the 9P, the Plan 9 protocol, but doing it only within Go. which isn't as cool as having the whole operating system work like that. But if we've got it in Go, that's pretty cool too, because you can give file systems to other programs, and the other program or the other Go package doesn't know what the hell is underneath that file system. You could be doing like, you could be reading from an MQTT socket or something. It doesn't care. It just knows, oh, I open files, I read files, and then it just works. So yeah, that's the yeah. So there's a bunch of interesting things here about how this works. So when you write a comment, for example, like let's say that I wrote a comment let's say I wrote a comment in this particular issue. So I'm going, okay, oh yeah, this is a comment, a really, really useful comment. When you execute put, the event that gets passed through actually looks, so the body or whatever is is put. Well, yeah, let's say the argument? I can't remember now how the type. Yeah, the type is exec, and something like that. I can't remember now. The thing receives that message, and then the program decides what to do with it. When we execute put in this particular window, what happens is that it reads in the whole window contents, and it actually notices, it actually diffs the contents from when it was initially written. So initially it looked like this. We add this text, and it goes, oh, somebody added some text, therefore it must be a comment. So then then it writes the comment. Another way that can be done is, that's a sort of interesting way of doing it. There's other ways. Another way you could do is, I don't know whether I have removed this feature or not. No, okay. But essentially what could happen is, for example, if you create what I used to have in here before I removed it was, you would say load up, I don't know what this is, and you could actually write comment. Now that doesn't work, but let's say it did. It would actually create a new window. So it would say to, and then you would, like that. And then you could write a text. Hello, this is a comment. And then up here would be post, execute that, and then it would post the comment. Again, pretty simple, because all you're doing is just reading this text and going, oh, well, I need to post a comment to that particular post. So that's also how the email program worked in Acme. So there's actually an email client for Acme, and it works pretty much the way now you'd expect. It reads like a mail file system. You can compose messages, you can send messages, and it's all, to subject, right? Hello. And then you'd go to would be like, test at example.com. Yeah, and then this would maybe send. This is a comment. This is now an email. This is the body. And you send it off. Send. Yeah, so there you go. This is also how our IRC client works. It all works the same. It'll start to get boring if it's not already boring. But you get the idea. The IRC, right, all this thing is doing is it's running this command, SIC. Good night, Kai314. Thanks again for dropping by. Okay, here we go. Let's do this. Let's this. Yeah, and so all this command does is you just run this SIC command, and that dumps this to standard output, and we're just piping that to a file in Acme, and it's just continually writing the contents. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's our little Acme thing. Have I written it? No, I actually haven't. Let me think. No, I don't think so. Not that I remember. No, never. Oh, that's good. Thanks. Close that. Go to. No, no. All kind of works, yeah. So, the default one. Yeah. So the default one, for anybody not know, that's the one. I actually prefer that too. Yeah, I actually prefer it because it's bolder. And it just looks really weird on, well, weird. I mean, it just, it's off on, because I'm running this on a, what do you call that? Like a high DPI screen. And because it's bitmapped, it's, yeah, it's all blurry. There you go. Yeah, isn't it originally like the American Common something? I don't know. Oh, no, here we go. Ancient Greek. What? Pharmaceutical Zenith or Prime? I thought it was, yeah, Corporation. Yeah. Oh, it is from, yeah, there we go. That's when this is where I heard of it. Yeah, this is when I heard of it. Oh, it's not American company. Yeah, that's it. I thought it was, yeah, I thought it was the joke. But it's not. It actually isn't that. So it's actually just from, yeah, okay. There we go. Yeah, I thought it was this, you know, it was like American company, something, I don't know, but that's actually bullshit, so. The font image is from. Oh, in, here. Oh, this thing? Yeah. Ah. Yeah, right. Okay, there we go. Yeah, nice. Hell, there we go. Yeah. And there, yeah, there might be some. Oops, not images. I thought that was a history thing. Nah, I can't remember. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's sort of like Emacs, except the only difference is that instead of everything like being in Lisp, it's just, you know, it's pipes. So I think Emacs is like this really cool thing where it's like you have like this kind of operating system there. Acme, like it, yeah, Acme just, as long as it can read and write text, then you can use it from within Acme. But absolutely, like at the end of it all, you end up just staying in Acme a lot of the time. And when you really get used to it, when you start using everything from in Acme or at least, like it's super weird to me now how like I can't just, in other programs, like when I try and select text or like I want to be like, oh, Rob Pike, okay, like, and then I want to put quotes around it, I'll just be like, okay, I'll put quotes and then I'll like do something. When I can't do that in other programs, I'm like, what the fuck? Like the text is just dead to me. And how, you know, like you want to get a, like, you know, that kind of thing. It's, yeah. And you see things that are obviously references to something, like, let's say you have a flight, like QF 509. And you're like, oh yeah, I just want to click that and it know where to take me. But on the web, the author of the web page decides where that goes, right? So they themselves have already done this, right? Flight status, you know, / you know, QF 509, and then with like, you know, tracker ID equals, you know, all this shit, right? Track ID equals, you know, spam 134, like some shit, and then like that, right? But in plan 9 with the plumber just receives that text and the configuration file that you write decides how to deal with QF509 as a flight number, for example. So if we actually read the MP read rules. So here are the rules for the plumber. So if I QF509 and then let's say I write in O at olo.co, if I load that, the plumber opens my mail client and, oh, yeah, and then starts a message to that. So if you actually go down here, there's a rule deep down in here somewhere that plum, so it reads regular expressions. Send mail, there we go. So data matches an email address, then run this command. Now that's, yeah, well, so we could actually do something like this. We could actually, let's write out a little plumber rule. So let's say QF509. So let's do this. Type is text. Data matches. Okay, we know we're going to do this. We're going to QF and then 0 to 9, and then let's just do plus. Now we know how to do this. We're going to plum start. So now we're going to execute a command. And in our case, let's do something like, trying to remember how to, I haven't done plumber stuff in a long time, but let's do open HTTPS and let's, what's it, Qantas? Let's see how this thing, let's try and turn it into a URL or something. 509, does that even exist? I don't know. I just made that number up. Brisbane to Sydney. Okay, cool. That works. Okay, here we go. Flight status type equals that, but QF and flight status number equals flight 09. Okay, let's try that. Okay, and then we hear $0, which means all of the thing. Now that might work, it might not. I haven't done this in a long time, but let's see how it goes. So plum start. Yeah, that should be it. Oh, is it data that we want? I can't remember. Let's just try that. Oh, there we go. There we go. See? Almost. But yeah, you kind of get the idea, is that, so this is, we can choose this to be anything. The user decides what that text represents. So another thing we can do is, like, for example, if I just write that sort of standard sort of like Unix man page thing and I load that, it actually loads up the manual page in Acme. So I can just look through and go, oh yeah, okay. Another really handy one would actually be this, RFC 8216. Let's actually, you know what, this would be a really useful one. I'm going to write this thing right now. Okay. Let's do data matches instead of this flight track, RFC, and then let's do some numbers 0 to 9 plus, right? How are we going to load this thing? So let's, whenever we get a RFC, let's open, what do we want to do? Let's get the URL for it. So RFC 8216, okay. That's HTML. Let's get the text version of it. Where do you get that from again? .text or? Or just 8216, whoops, anyway. Doc, okay, here we go. Yeah, right, okay, here we go, and then text. Okay, there we go. Let's grab that. So that's what we want to kind of make. We could write a little, let's do, we want $0 out of, sorry, $1 out of that, I think, as I think it does a sort of awk splitting thing. I think, if I remember rightly. This is, as I said, it's been a while. So let's do plum start curl HFC blah 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 $1.txt. I think we could do data set maybe. Data set $file. Text, data matches that. Yeah, it sort of has that kind of plain text kind of config language. But all of this stuff is very, you know, yeah. Yeah, that's it, yeah. But it's just a configuration file. It's not really a language. Very, very simple. Like there's only a very few, like there's like, yeah. We could, let me think. Might be easier just to write a little shell script for this. Something like, you know, rfc.rc. So let's do say, I mean, assuming we want to open it in Acme, which I'm not actually, data set $file. To colon address. Let's do it like that. I do use Plan 9 sometimes. I have a VM running on a machine here, in a virtual machine rather. But yeah. Actually read the same here. So we're going to do pretty much the same ID here. Idea. Name, most recently modified. Yeah, okay. Okay, so here's a little command that just rfc, and let's do A126. So when we run this command, it should get us a text. Yeah, sweet, there we go. Okay, that's pretty good. All right, so that's easy enough. So now we just call our little command. tmp.rfc. That should be it. Let's write our rules. Okay, let's load this text. Nah, almost, okay. Oh, whoops, I forgot to do the $1. There we go. Oh, no, almost RFC, no. $2 maybe. Second field. Probably it. Okay. Set the rules. No. Let's say RFC. RFC $1.txt. It's like it's not. It's like it's not setting that. Argus file. The URL is. I think what's happening is that it's not, the argument isn't being passed to the command. So if I load this, yeah, no, we're not getting anything. Because the name is it's just empty. So I think this here needs to be data matches that. Data set $file $3. I just can't remember how it does all the splitting and stuff like that. Yeah. Let's try that $0, yeah. Oh, there we go. Yeah. So it's dollar. Well, $0 is everything by the looks of things. Maybe it's not splitting it. So we're getting that now. Data. Let's try that again. No, see $1, it just never doesn't do any. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it could be. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. No, it's good, yeah. Zero to 9 plus, that looks right to me. Maybe it does this by the grouped, maybe it's a, grouped, two. Yeah, so it could be RFC and then, so like really we want this and then space and then that, like that. Is that right? Ah, yeah, there we go. So we've got RFC. Okay, there we go. Almost there. Let's go. That'll be the second group. Write the rules. Hey, there we go. Cool, okay. So now, and then at the end we'll go to Acme at ECTL. That's what we want. That's all done. Yeah, it is. Yeah. So this one actually gives you plain text. Like the RFC editor serves text as the sort of format. So now let's load that. Yeah, no, it's all. Yeah. Put it into monospace just to get it. Yeah, there we go. There we go. And so now it's loaded this thing. I don't know why that. Yeah. Yeah, it's good, hey, yeah. So just without writing any code, I mean, look at the code. I mean, like, just curl to the, write it to the thing, and then bang, we've got like a plugin. But this isn't really the nicest way to do it. I mean, normally you'd actually do something like you wouldn't like dump the text into the body. You'd sort of have a portable way to do it. I think you do something like, how do we say? Like normally you'd like ask the editor, hey editor, like open this thing with this buffer, and then it'll do that, so that you're not stuck with just using Acme. You can just use any editor. So even another way to do it would actually be to, like, you could even maintain a local cache of stuff. Right? So let's say this would be, like, say the cache dir is actually, yeah. And so then the file would be if it's a file, then just load the file. All right. Otherwise, oh, actually, no. Well, what we do is I think I actually like the sound of this better. Yeah, I think this is better. This is more portable. So you'd actually write that and then write it to F. If not, so if it's not a file, otherwise just, okay. And then either way, load it up. Yeah. Yeah, that's okay. These RFCs never get updated. It's fine. But yeah, you can, right? You can actually, yeah. No, but you can, right? You can do something like, you can do if the file is older than, right? That's pretty easy to do. I mean, the plan 9 test actually has a thing you can say, like, if test, older than, and you can just say, 3600 seconds. I think you can do 3600 and then the file, something like that. Then do the curl. But either way. And we can actually just do that, that's fine. that, and we also don't even need that. Oops, sorry. So this actually doesn't need anything to do with any plan anything. And this B command, all that does is say, hey, like, open this file in the editor. It doesn't know what it is. It's sort of similar to the editor environment in Unix, but sort of not. Yeah, it's sort of like, it sort of means load this file into a buffer, into a text editing buffer. And in plan 9, the editors actually listen, and in this case, this actually sends a message to the plumber. And then Acme listens to messages from the plumber. So then Acme receives a message from the plumber saying, hey, open this file. And Acme says, okay, fine. And it loads it up. So we'll just see that in a sec. I'll just do name equals RFC $1.txt. Name, and then this is going to also be name. And then I think, is that right? Okay, let's try that. So let's close that. Close that. Bzz. No good. Yeah, that's a good point. I think in plan 9, the file system, there's actually a bit. You know, in the Unix file permissions, you've got like, you've got like all the different mode bits. There's one that's like a, I think there's like an exclusive use bit. And so you can say, well, only one thing can read this at a time. That might be wrong. Don't quote me on that, but I remember something like that. Something wrong, maybe. Is it if like that? I can't remember how. I can't remember how it works in RC. Hold on. Eh. Yeah, it's just syntax errors. Curl. I always get these if statements mixed up. If test. This is a sequence of commands. Okay, so there's our command. Oh, there we go. What? Some path issue. Weird. Weird. Yeah, so curl, like what? There's somebody there. Anyway, let's just get rid of the path sheet. It's just because we're not on plan. We're not on plan 9, so let's just do that now. So one URL equals that. Cache equals that if not test f $cache, then do that. Yeah. Oh yeah, then we need to do, yeah. Well, like, what? Oh. There. No such file or directory. Hey, there we go. All right, there it is. So now if we just remove this file, okay, now if we try and load this thing, let's say, oh, we're on RFC 8216. There we go, downloads it straight away, and then we got it again. Cool. Easy-ish. Yeah, that's just a bit of familiarity thing, right? Like you gotta, yeah. Haven't worked with that in a long time. I'm actually gonna keep that rule there because it's super handy because I'm gonna need it, right? Just gonna save this as in my home. And this is actually going to be just call RFC and then $2. Oops. Sweet. Very handy. All right. Cool. So yeah, that's all done. Let's get some light on the situation. Remove this, can't we? I've already done that. Okay. Cool. Okay, so it's, let's see what the time, 5 p.m. here. Okay, cool, all good. So I've got another hour or something. Yeah, so let's look at maybe the next thing that we want to do. And we've got our M308 thing down, but we might just, maybe what I might do now might be pretty boring, but I'll just write down a bunch of issues and see where we get up to. We want that. We're going to want another one that's going to be This can be simplified. Right now we're doing all these F prints. We're not checking for any errors. So we need to fix that up. No worries. Yeah, I think I'm going to go a lot quieter and slower, I think, for the next hour, so good time to go. Oh, yeah, nice, nice. That's good. Yeah, I might need to write some web dev code pretty soon, I think. I gotta get a bit of money, but anyway, we'll think about that later, right? Thanks for the questions. It's good. Keeps my brain working. Yeah, will do. See you, mate. Thanks again. Oh, no, it's all right. I remember. See ya. Okay. So one of the things we want to do is get rid of these F prints because all of these are generating errors that we're just throwing away right now, which is no good. Let's see. Oops. Let's see where we're testing this. Segment test. Okay, there we go. So, right segments, right segments. So all of these are let's look at this. What we're doing is that we're going through every segment and yeah, so the value that we want is discontinuity, the duration, and then the ad break. Okay. So we got our sanity checks. Oh no. Yep. So those are the, yeah. And the date range. So each of these are actually tags, is that right? Yeah. Yeah, each one of these represents a tag. That's a tag, that's a tag. So really what we want is a, like that. Let's do it down here. And then we start appending them. And then at the end, we'll just join it all together with new lines. Because that's what it is anyway. Yeah? Then we get rid of the errors. right date range. So seg.date range. So that's a right date range. I want to turn that into text. Right, so yeah, let's leave that for a bit. That's tags equals append. Okay, we don't need the new line. I wonder whether we can, maybe the range we can actually add the tag in. I feel like that's what we can do. Let me just double check. So rather than doing it here, we can just call the range and just have the string method always return the, you know, like the valid tag. Just double check range, unless we're using range in other places. It's a byte range. In a segment and in a map. Yeah, okay, and then in there we need that, yeah, no. Okay, so that's fine. We'll just have the range separate. Okay, so tag byte range, seg range. Okay, great, easy. This is easy. We'll just, whoops. We'll just append it directly with a string method. Tags seg.key.string. And same thing again. String. This one looks like we're going to do a append tags as print tag date time. Yeah. Okay. Segmentation. Yep, and then that. And then we just append the URI, easy. Okay, and then finally we can actually then we can write it out. Now I'm almost, if we want to do like a Marshall text or something like that, I don't know, rather than this write. Kind of good to have that right though, because these playlists can get really big and writing it out as a stream might be handy, especially because they're going to be, you know, streamed in an HTTP response. So I think that's okay. Let's we're going to join it all together. So let's say yeah, again with a new line at the end. Yeah, so we're going to go if and off and W to, we're going to write strings join our tag separated with new lines. If there is nil, then we've got to go n plus equals nn, and then return n. And not that, we need to, otherwise n plus equals nn. Yeah, and then we just return n, nil. And this should always be return n. So actually return that. And then actually we want to get a better error message. What we're going to want is actually the index of the segment. Because otherwise, say for example, there's one segment out of like 500. And let's say it's segment number 470. Well, then the error that we're just going to get back is 0 duration, which is no good. We need to know which segment. So let's do that. Where else are we writing our message? Yeah, so the only place we're writing the error is up there. So let's just do that. So this segment is segment T. I'll just do I. It's easy. Okay. Now that I'm here, I'm thinking, wait a minute, can I actually do a string method on this? I feel like I can, because this is just going through the loop. And the segment does have a, we have a text representation for it. Just seeing right segments. Yeah, see, look, no, this is no good, right? See, like we're doing into like a slice with just one entry. Nah, look, we can just do we can just do the string in one. That's much easier. So let's go to segment and actually get this thing out. Where is segment? This must be in M3U8. Yeah. No. So much of what we've done in here can actually just go into here. And then, or should it though? Actually, no, you know what? No, oh, fuck me. What do you think? Maybe the right segment, just one. Because it's really a chunk of a playlist. There's quite a few lines. So really I'm not really happy with what this looks like either. What we could... text encoding text marshaller. I feel like I want to implement those methods, but those interfaces. Because then we get our error and everything. So look what it looks like. Got a type. So func segment. Well, actually, then we can just grab all of this. Something like that. And let's cut it down. This is already feeling a bit better. Just simplify it because the for loop is pretty easy. Okay, so now we're going through the date range. Yeah, okay, let's just leave that for a sec. Oh, we could just do really. Yeah, right into the buff. Right, date range. Just for now, right? That's that. Yeah. Tags, and then we just grab the. Okay, and then done. Seg, yep. Print the URI, and then we just return that string as bytes. You lazy bastard. Yeah, well, I don't know. I'm useless in the cold, so I'm kind of. And also, by the way, the houses in Australia are very, very, very badly insulated, or they're not insulated, right? Like they're not designed for it. So I always say that the winters in Australia are colder than they are in Europe. No central heating, no double glazed windows, no nice thick walls, just, you know. And then we haven't got any errors at that point, right? Yeah. So that's our tag. Oh, that's one segment. Well, actually, this is actually brick. This is an old place, so it's actually very solidly built, which is kind of unusual. But the windows, I mean, these are like fucking like holy as fucking I don't know what. Yeah, now that actually looks a lot better to me. So now we can just do seg dot. So B is segment seg.marshal text. And then we can just go like that. Segment B. All of that can be chopped out until there. And then we can just instead of do we want to do print line? I think we do. Yeah, because we need to do one more new line. So we'll do that. Print ln the we can do. We want to do the bytes. So we could do B and then a new line. Is that going to freak out? Actually simplify this as well. We can just and then if. So we're going to do that regardless. And then return. And then just return, and then otherwise, yeah, then that's it. Yeah. Then we just keep going. Easy. Right, date range ends with redundant new line. Oh yeah, of course it does. Now that is a nice little message. Got that one. Okay, yeah, there we go. All right, so apparently we need to do that. Seems a bit redundant, but whatever. One, ooh. We got a blank. New line, there we go. Don't need that. Awesome. There we go. Now what we can do is sort of have these tests a lot more nicely. So rather than have this kind of shit, we can just have calling the Marshal text method on it. So we can just go test Marshal segments and then have our segment and then have the output that we want. And yeah, and then that's it. So segment, blah, 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 full name, and then we'll just do, don't need to have the buffer anymore. We can just go equals Oh, we want with an extra new line. No, now we don't because we don't care about that anymore, which is good because now we've separated the, yeah, this is much better. This is much better. Vid break something, there we go. Yeah. But it's still, no, there's more that needs to happen because we need to get, they're not as nice as it's, the problem was that we had this kind of write segments function, which was kind of doing a whole, like it was doing all sorts of stuff. A few too many things, keeping track of too much stuff. So what we've done is I sort of figured, well, hold on, why don't we use this? This is part of the standard, this interface is a standard library. So that's cool. And then the other thing is that we can turn these into something a bit more, maybe we'd use like the text tar, or I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure really. Because it's a bit like, the new line and all that. Because really we should have a whole bunch of crazy stuff in here that we want to be testing. Impossible cases, that sort of thing. Like the same thing here. But we don't have that. Yeah, it is. Yeah, exactly. And before it was like even harder because we didn't, I don't know, it was hard to, yeah. So this is better already. Now what we'll do is we'll go, we'll just fix up this. Sorry, where are we? That's our Marshall test, right? Marshall bad segment. And then we're gonna go, I'll just do it here, I already had that. Right segment, oh, okay, yeah. Rather than having like an entry of one slice and all that sort of thing. Equals now, okay. Good. So another one would be like a, and I think this will fail already. So we'll have here 999 and 1. So that's the range is from, it's from something further ahead, and then this, the offset is only there. And I have a feeling this will pass. Oop. Oh, range. No? Oh, there's still one more. Okay, maybe not. Cool. How is that possible? How I didn't know I was testing for that. I'm not. How's that possible? Oh, the duration. This isn't testing what we think it was. New duration gain the impossible, so this needs a duration. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So in here, we can add another test. So if the range, then we can just have another one. Like for example, we can just have something like if the is less than or equal to seg.range on now let's just get the wording right on that. Okay, possible range offset. So the 0, 1. This needs to be greater than. The offset is that one, and then the, I don't know if that's the whence, is that the right word? IO, no, just IO, and the seeker. That seek to that offset from whence, or relative to that whence. So that means that so in our case, the byte range is, so the first, at index 0, we've got something that is the offset. But then that second value is going to be something that's like we could just call it the next, like next offset. Like that, or destination, or target byte, or something like that. Not sure if can't think of a word right now, but that might be, yeah, there we go. Okay, easy enough. This is just an example just to get a bit of testing in there. That's an easier test. I think there's going to be more stuff in key and map. And certainly our date range. Yeah, a bunch of stuff that can happen in there. Right now we're kind of doing it like that, but yeah, we'll work that one out later. We could probably do a Marshall text again. Kind of like that idea more. Good question. $1.20. That's, I'm pretty sure that's unsupported now, right? Because we're up to 122. Right? Oh, okay. Yeah, but either way, I mean, I'm pretty sure that this one, I mean, certainly one. It's yeah, like as I say, it's unsupported, right? Oh, well, there you go. Wow. Hugo, why have I still got that installed? Get rid of that. Oh yeah, I've got a blog that's still using Hugo. Gonna get rid of that. Oh, I've just updated XZ. That should be all right. Right, updating XZ, surely no consequences. I still can't believe that XZ thing. I just think it's just amazing. Okay, that's looking much better. So, yeah, I know, right? I know. It's you know, I know. It's yeah. That was just such a classic, like, yeah. I don't know, the system D thing and the whole, it's just so like, just don't know how to, yeah. Yeah, but even how like, why, you know? It's, yeah. Honestly, this software dependency thing, like it's I'm really curious to see what happens, like what, I don't know, what happens next. It's become, yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what happens. I'm not old enough to know what it was like. I mean, as a certainly as a software developer professionally, I don't know a time before everybody just downloaded shit off the internet for free. So, yeah. Of course, I was doing that, like downloading, you know, like packages for Ubuntu and stuff. It was great. Okay, interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I just, yeah, I sometimes wonder like whether it was the same problem or something, like, you know, if you were fetching things off like Ruby gems, I mean, obviously CPAN, Perl stuff. I guess CPAN would, I don't know, I'm not sure, I can't. I just wonder whether like, yeah, I don't know. It's, I just, yeah, just things have gotten way out of hand. For just, rather than me banging on about this like a fool, what I would say is that there is a great article by Russ Cox. It was actually quite a while ago now. Software dependency problem, yeah. This is, yeah, you know, 5 years old now, something like that. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, well that's the thing is that yeah, it's just a different yeah. This is the thing else. So anybody watching curious about maybe why I'm interested in writing all of this stuff with just the Go standard library? Yeah, interesting to read that. I don't have any answers, by the way, because you know it's just yeah, just something that could be interesting, worth exploring. And I think as time goes on, it might become yeah, might be I don't know. I mean, we'll see. People are doing all this crazy stuff, like in the sort of in the business world, you know, they've got things like where it'll scan all of your dependencies for vulnerabilities. You know, we've seen it for Node.js. We've seen it. There's ones for big Java dependencies, that sort of thing. But I don't know, like you just see all these millions of red errors, like critical vulnerability, warning vulnerability. It's like I don't know, like a warning vulnerability. Like, is that really bad or is that just okay? Do I need to update it or not? And blah, 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 on you go. So one of the things that we're exploring here is, can we just sidestep that whole issue altogether by not only doing like one package that's sort of like, as Rebel says, not invented here, but actually doing a whole bunch of them so that everything is versioned together. Hey Buford, this is not Plan 9. This is just Acme running Plan 9 port, or Plan 9 from user space, which is, if you're interested, here. So I'm running this on OS 10 or Mac OS, whatever. But yeah, I also run this on OpenBSD and yeah, on Mac and yeah, wherever. Then next. But you know, I should really just start running this from Plan 9 because that would be kind of the real deal, right? I mean, all of this could just run fine in Plan 9. It's just that I could probably just draw term in from my OpenBSD machine and do it like that. Should run fine. I mean, I know it does. I've actually done development from Plan 9 before. Actually for work. Yeah, yeah. If I was working on something that was pretty like, didn't need to do a bunch of stupid JavaScript shit. Wait, what? No way. Seriously? Wow, that's hardcore. Okay. Aleph, man, but that's even like, jeez. Nice. That's cool. That's cool. What's the It is. Yep. Absolutely it is. Yeah, and Limbo as well if you're interested. Limbo is even feels even more like that. If you've used if you've seen Limbo before, Buford, that's yeah. Yeah, let's go Limbo. Here we go. Yep. Way to get maybe this from yeah. Yeah, that's yeah. And Limbo is kind of like this. I don't know what could have the world been like if Java didn't get as big and Limbo was kind of there? It's the really similar ideas. I think they were actually invented like almost independent. I mean, I'm pretty sure they were invented independently of one another. I don't know the real story, but like they were released within months of each other or something like that. Interesting bit of like sort of language history. So it's a managed language, you know, it compiles to, you know, just like Java, to this like sort of bytecode for a virtual machine. Yeah, super interesting. And so then you can really see like, you know, a lot of it, I mean, with the channels and even the syntax and everything, it's like, oh yeah, this is basically Go. And so they actually wrote almost like a successor to Plan 9 in a combination of Limbo and C, and called Inferno. So the Inferno operating system was actually designed to be run on like embedded devices like TV set-top boxes and stuff like that. Didn't have GC. Yeah. I hear a lot of people say that. Yeah, I've never done that kind of development before because I'm too basically because I suck and I need Go to do that for me. But I'm super interested to do it one day. I guess, do you use C for that mainly, or like even Zig, or I don't actually know what the story is with Rust on embedded systems. Embedded is one thing, but maybe obviously there's a whole bunch of environments where you want garbage collection, but yeah. Okay. Sorry, I've totally forgotten where I was up to. This is why I need to write these issues, hey? Yeah, interesting. Okay. Interesting. When you have wrapper classes on stack object holds pointer to a heap object. Interesting. Yeah, right. That's interesting. So we're not actually testing the parse variant thing? Seems crazy. We were though, because there's a bunch of test data in here that oh yeah, okay, there it is. Yeah, so we will be going through there. I'll just do it here. resolution. Yep. Okay. Yep. Okay. That's good. This is going to be the date range. Let's do date range. Oh no, not test. Pass segment. Date range. Ah, that's it. Yeah. It's not. So we're gonna. Let's call it this. So date fields of date range that we're not running out as text include duration planned. Sorry, I just realized I didn't. I've been programming Go, I think I first started in maybe 2016. Yeah. Has it been 3 weeks? No, maybe a little bit more now, actually. So 10, 20, no, maybe something like that. I don't know. Yeah, but I think since 2016, although I wasn't writing much programs then, I was doing more, writing like small programs for like monitoring systems and stuff like that, stuff that needed to run on like Windows Server 2003 boxes, all that sort of shit. Yeah, so back when the Go version supported those operating systems, yeah, it was super handy. Like I needed to write these weird like NTP monitoring functions, monitoring like kind of little checks. And yeah, I'd write them in Go just because, like no way I was going to get Python installed on those old Windows boxes. But then I really started doing like more serious software dev in sort of 2019, I think. So yeah. Early adopter. Yeah, I guess because I was thinking about learning some programming language just because I was writing a lot of like shell script and stuff. I saw Python, but I don't know, the document, I don't know what it was. it was just something about the tone of the documentation and the like, I don't know how to say. Something about Go felt very, you know, with the IO reader and the IO writer. When I really got that, I was like, oh shit. And I think how, you know, like the main function, you know, it's just called main. You know, you don't have this like all this other stuff. It was just like, oh, okay, I can write a program. And because I was just using plain VI at the time. I think maybe I was already using Acme or SAM even, I can't remember. But being like having it usable, just, you know, as without needing all this other stuff, like no IDE, no anything, and it being really easy from the command line, that for me, that worked really well. You know, you just write go run and then it would just compile the thing and run the thing. It was really easy to get going on OpenBSD. So I would compile on my laptop running OpenBSD and deploy onto some like crazy, you know, I would like build it, compile it for, you know, a Windows box from my OpenBSD laptop. And it was just like, wow, like this is great. So that's kind of why I stuck with it. It wasn't until way later that I didn't know that Plan 9 and Go, like there was all this heritage from there. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I think there was all the meetups and stuff like that were happening. And my friend, he took me to one of the Go ones. And yeah, so it was fun, like kind of grassroots thing. That's a lot smaller now. But yeah, really cool. Oh yeah, wow. I know, I actually can't believe how popular it is. I know it sounds weird, but it still feels like a niche thing to me. I think because I don't know. It just still feels niche to me. I think sometimes I read some of the Go that you see, like this very big Go, like you see all these frameworks and you see people using it for like DevOps and all this sort of stuff. Yeah, exactly. And then all that happened. But then there's all this other, I think there's another side to Go, which is not really like that, where, you know, nobody's using any frameworks. But I think you're right. Yeah, there's obviously something in the enterprise. I don't know what happened. Like, I don't know. Yeah, like, I don't know. I mean, sure, like, I think they definitely feel the Java pain. I think that's for sure. I don't know though. I think maybe, I don't know. I don't understand. I still don't know why it's so popular. I kind of feel like I thought Python would get more popular because for the performance that most enterprise applications need, I mean, it's absolutely fine, right? You don't really have to worry about types and all that in the same way. I don't know. I think it's one of those things that probably would be interesting to look back on. I don't know. It's weird, absolutely. I still find it very strange. What I'm looking at here is, just as I'm keep getting distracted and not writing this fucking issue out, is we have a segment here and date range. Okay, so what I'm looking at is these are all pointers to that struct. The thing is that those must be matching and that one cannot be defined. Or well, rather, that one's got to be nil. You can't have both of them. So you either have these or that. And right now that isn't clear, nor do we have any like, we're not returning any errors or anything like that. So we need to fix that up. Especially because, this is our SCTE stuff, right? So this is where we want to, have it work well. Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, there probably was. Yeah. And maybe I've never actually written or read any C# at all. So I don't know whether that kind of, functional languages. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I actually worked at a Scala shop in the Netherlands. And even then, like this was about 2018. Rust hard, yeah, absolutely, yeah. And Scala was also kind of, yeah. Yeah, yeah. I think, yeah, exactly, yeah. I think that the way that all this, the way that web dev thing, I think, yeah, so much of it is about that web development stuff. Because I guess before that, a lot of the tooling was just written in like Python and Ruby. And you would actually sometimes feel the pain of those things being slow, which sounds bizarre, but it was kind of one of those weird times when if you were used to things like running quite quickly, and then you'd like try and run some, Ruby tooling and you're like, fucking hell, like what is this thing doing? Sometimes. And other times, of course, it's way faster, right? Like I know there's some interesting benchmarks out there with like Python's, what was it, like the XML decoding? Like it's way faster than Go's. Because of course the Python one, it's actually written in C. But yeah, it's weird though, because it's like I still don't quite understand why some of that Ruby stuff felt so slow. I think, I don't know, I've just I don't quite understand it. It's like you kind of, I don't know, it's weird. Like I was dealing with this software called Netbox. Yep. I was dealing with this software. This is a, so it's written in Python, Django. And I was getting into some of these performance problems and I was like, shit, like, why? Like, I didn't, and so sometimes you'd run these things. Also in Puppet, sometimes you get some of these things written in Ruby. But it was like you just, every now and then you just bump into like a little problem and it was like the performance would just blow out a lot. And you could fix the thing and then it would be totally fine. You wouldn't even... yeah, but I totally agree. Like, I feel like if you can... Like, unless you're doing something really weird or something, like I still don't... I'm not... I don't know enough about performance and about how these things fit together to know why. I don't know. It's just weird. Yeah. Because, of course, like, especially nowadays with everything just like hitting the network so much, you're like, shit, like everything's slow, right? Yep. Yeah, and I think as well, like if you kind of offload a lot of the work to other systems. So for example, that one that I just linked to, that netbox. Right now, I think, of course, really the stuff where performance matters are, it's Django, right? So you've got your, Postgres on the back end. And then you've also got, does it use Redis? C and C++, right? Now those things, like if you, for some reason, like hit a point where you're, doing a lot of stuff and you're not really relying on those things, then yeah, you start to see the thing really crawl. So I guess the idea would be to, try and really rely on those things a lot. And I think that's the thing with Go is that, because I started learning Go and I didn't really think about it, I was just kind of doing it, blah, blah, blah. And then eventually, when I needed to do, was it some PHP or Ruby? I can't remember. And it felt weird because it was like, oh, I needed like some like message handling thing. Yeah, yep, yep, absolutely. Yeah, I know that, yeah. I've actually looked quite a bit into Lemmy. I even wrote a command. I was kind of hopeful of that something like Lemmy would take off. But, when the Reddit, when they, yeah. I remember reading the code and yeah, it was like abysmally slow, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. That's it. And I think that the thing with Go was that there wasn't not having those things at Ruby like ready to go, I was like, okay, like I need a, okay, like I want to send things through a channel right now because I just want to let that thing keep running and then I want to do this other thing over here. And it was, and not having that there, I was like, whoa, what? Like I have to, and then you'd look online and how people do it and they'd be like, oh yeah, like just, you know, like download this thing and like, oh yeah, use memcached and all this sort of thing. And it was like, what? Like, I don't want to use that. Like, can't I just use the programming language? But I just didn't realize what Go was giving me. Ballerina said, yeah, absolutely, yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, badly written SQL, you know, and of course like the class like the ORMs and all those things. Other weird systems that like do it for you and all this stuff. It's like, what? Like, yeah. Just. Yeah, I still haven't, I really wanted to fiddle around with Erlang. I did at one point. Oh, no, it wasn't Erlang, it was Racket. Another, yeah. Different, I know, but yeah. Yeah. I love that. That's just, yeah. Yeah. I was just before, I don't know if you saw what I was doing it, but I wrote a little command. I was just showing people about the plumber. And so I just wrote this little thing. And what was I doing? Yeah, and then so one of the things I did was I said, oh yeah, okay, like let's read Acme. So just the messages from, you know, just using grep, right? Nothing like just as simple as that. Just to read the buffer of the window and then just find the thing that, you know. Yeah. But yeah, it was a good little demo for people who'd never seen, well, or really thought about stuff like that. You know, I mean, it's the whole file, like everything's a file sort of thing, and the pipes and the. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. People like it's not really to do with the editor. It's almost has nothing to do with it actually. Yeah, almost. 9 term. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I always use 9 term. It's good. I use 9term a lot because, you know, just when you can't, like when I'm not able to edit the text beforehand, I'm like, oh God, like so annoying. Just used to it now, yeah. Okay, so we'll do this. And then this one is going to be this will be like, you know. And then we're going to do string, we'll do, you know, quote the string, so. And then duration we're doing okay. Thought that a segment. Zero. Oh, it's in the date range. Yeah, right, date range. Yeah. Yeah, anyway, okay. Yeah, look, that's fine for now. These are really not very well written issues, but it's just there just to write something down. Oh, 20 past 6. Okay, I think that is it. We've been going for a little while now. 7 hours, yeah. Okay. What I'm going to do is, since we're kind of nearing a kind of, we're moving a lot slower on this HLS stuff now, because we're sort of moving towards like doing testing, edge cases, that sort of thing. We might try and move on, and of course keep hammering away at stuff, just like we've been doing for SCTE 35. Maybe like start a new development effort, just because it makes it a bit, like, I think that might be a bit more entertaining to watch. Oh yeah, and actually I've got trivia tonight, so I need to. But yeah, what I might do is I might just send a mail to the mailing list, or do a poll on Twitch or something, and oh indeed, yes, and as Revel says, re-record my talk. That's also no, I totally forgot. I need to write that down. Write that down. Hold up. Where was that list? Because somebody else also. Yeah, somebody was talking about the MPEG dash and stuff. Yeah, so we might do MPEG dash. We might do. Yeah. Anyway, let me just write this down. So record talk. Yeah, that's true. You should really do that because it's a nice, short and sweet thing, and it's a bit of fun. It's a big time piss take, which is cool. And yeah, maybe I can just do a quick. Let me just do another poll on Twitch now. Let's see what this looks like. Poll. Okay, here we go. Okay, so we're gonna do RTP. Is that what we want to do? Oh, sorry, I just realized nobody can see what I'm doing. So, this is our final little bit. Duration. Yeah. Keep it up for 5 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Any other ideas? I was thinking RTP. That one might be quite fun. I'm not actually sure. I think the real name is just Dash. At least that's on Wikipedia. I don't know actually. Yeah, we got that, and then yeah. Look, I assume I can vote in my own poll. Oh shit, don't need to read that. Let me just, what was the other one I wanted to do? Maybe SRT? Should I put, let me just put it. YouTube sort of format, I don't know. Yeah, and this is low latency media, sort of yeah, just low latency media. Okay, there we go. Okay. Entire SRT. No, we'll just do. We'll just have a look and see, like, you know, we'll start small and see if we might be able to just write like a tiny amount that maybe just deals with the header or something like that. I don't know. I don't know if there's even enough people in here. 6. Oh, yeah. Oh, whatever. Yeah, go on. Yeah, just write it, of course. I don't know if there's people on... Oh, God, Also, another question for the chat, as in the Twitch chat. Let me just open YouTube and see what's going on there, because I'm... The other thing I'm thinking about is doing... let me do... I'm going to vote for this. I think. Yeah, I'm going to vote for that. YouTube chat is going to be... What I'm thinking is just writing a thing to manage, like maybe to try and at least get YouTube chat into here or into somewhere. Just because at the moment it's like such a pain to have two open that now I just leave the Twitch chat open. Alternatively, I could just disable the chat on YouTube, which I'm kind of almost leaning towards because it's hard, you know? I don't know. So yeah, if anybody's... UDP. Yep. Yeah, it's pretty... that's used in... before SRT. Yeah. I feel... Yeah. Yeah. Well, and anyway, I'm not going to say anything because I'm genuinely curious to hear what people have to say. Maybe... Oh. Cool. Well, it's sort of like, I think it's one of those things where if you're a server and you have to write it, it would be really bad. But if you just like, I don't know, actually, you know what? I don't know. Let's see. Maybe we should do SRT then. Like, I don't know how sort of yucky it is. Oh no, is this when we have to like get the... Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Yeah, but that's, yeah, exactly. That's it. Exactly. That's the trick, right? You leave, you know, the poor suckers who actually have to deal with the, you know, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's it. You had it, yeah. Oh, RTP wins. Okay. How do I... Yeah. All right. Yeah, let's do that. So, high vision, that's it. Yeah, yeah. Man. Wave a hand. That sounds good to me. Okay. Yeah, look. No, that's cool. Okay. Yeah, let's yeah, okay. One of the reasons why I'm interested in ITP was somebody suggested doing SCTE 2110, which is pretty interesting. And certainly if anybody's interested in like jobs, I think this is going to see a lot of stuff happening, at least like on location. So this is a suite of standards, and one of them is doing RTP with a new codec for vision called JPEG XS. And this looks super interesting. So if we look at RTP, I want, yeah, format. Yeah, let me do this. And then there's standards. No, there's another one that's things running on top of. There was another IP. So I'm just looking for something just before I sign off. Oh, sorry. Yeah, my bad. So this is it's kind of like, as it says, like a suite of standards that's going to replace a lot of the use of SDI in sort of these kind of very latency critical video media stuff. So it'll be, yeah, and it's pretty interesting. And it's sort of, it's happening right now. So for example, motherfucker, let me just try and find this thing. RTP session, datagram. If I go history and then And then Wikipedia. Payload formats, that's it. Okay. These are all the things that you can use RTP with. And the newest one that's just come out is this. So this is a way of sending video with RTP using this super, super low latency codec that they've, currently there's no players for it. But it's very interesting. This is for lossy video, not lossless video. Yeah, so it should be really interesting. For example, with the ones that we're most familiar with that people see in, like, you know, in the consumer space, like you'll see H.264, H.265, VP9, all that sort of thing. All those things require a lot of context to kind of work. So you need to read in quite a lot of data and you need to process it and then you can play it. Especially with HEVC, like, you know, you need a, you know, like takes a lot of smarts to get it to work. The newer ones like AV1, you know, you need like a really fast computer to be able to, like a really fast chip to be able to decode the thing. JPEG XS is like the total opposite end of the spectrum. It's like, needs like no memory to use. So it will be fun to kind of do like the top bit of RTP and then leave room for somebody doing some of the super difficult stuff, which is all the codecs underneath. So with the RTP, you know, the header and like the data header, I think they call it. Yeah, this sort of thing. And then say, oh, there's the packet header. Yeah, okay, but then, yeah. Anyway, so then, and then as you can imagine, like the payload, right? The payload we don't care about, it's just bytes. Why did they choose a JPEG name? Because it's actually like an image. It's, what do you call that again? It's a, how do you call it? There's a way to describe that kind of codec. What is it? Somebody who knows more about video will know. I can't remember now. They call it a lossy and lossless image compression. Yeah, anyway. Begins with a P. MICV. Yeah, but because it's so simple, like you can do it on, yeah, these sorts of things, which would be very interesting. So yeah, anyway, that's where things are going. However, RTP is used like all the time. So like WhatsApp, you know, FaceTime, they all use RTP under the hood. Or at least I know FaceTime does. I can't remember about WhatsApp. Is this no? Yeah. Oh well, for JPEG XS, yeah, because I think like because it's not a great compression, so you kind of need fat pipes. But RTP itself is used, yeah, for RTP, especially with the Opus codec. For people not familiar, that's like a super cool codec that's gets like crazy compression for speech in particular. So you can use really low bitrate stuff, and you use RTP, then you've got something that's like very low latency and small. And so that's why they use it for things like FaceTime, where you don't want these kind of delays that we've got, for example, right now. You want something really fast or very low latency. And if the quality's bad, yeah, well, shit happens. So, yeah, that might be fun. Yeah, WebRTC too. Yeah, that's it, yeah. Over MP3, yeah. Well, OGG is a container, right? Like, because you can use what was that audio codec before Opus was, somebody will remember. But anyway, I'm going to put this here because I need to get going. So first up, I'll say goodbye to YouTube because that's the one that always goes off first. So bye. Thanks for watching. Good evening from me, good morning or good afternoon, wherever you are. And yeah, we'll see you next time. As always, send an email in saying hello or saying this fucking sucks or hey, like, let's do like an MPEG-1 decoder or something. I don't know. Okay. That's goodbye to YouTube from me. Thanks. Yeah.